Hello and welcome back to the DVD of Silvertail. We're back in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, continuing where I left off in, I guess, episode 5. I only really saw like a... Well, yeah, the last one ended like, I should probably actually pay attention to this, shouldn't I? That'd be a good thing to do. There are going to be some voices popping up, which I will ruthlessly, ruin. Ooh, this is, animated, or... Huh. Is that a double murder, or some sort of mirroring effect? Is it like a crisscross thing, where one person's another person's alibi, or... Oh, we about to go look at our killer? Maybe? Let's try and remember that silhouette. Or something. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. Such a shame. I wonder if you've gotten any work done without her watching the news and gesturing you to every big case that pops up. I'll get to you in a moment, Phoenix. Yeah, I hope the volume's fine again. I think I fixed it last time. My volume got a bit messed up again, but I think I put it back to the way I had it. Yeah, me and my volume we're not friends. We live together, we work a lot together, but we're not friends. In fact, I dare say I despise my volume settings. But yeah, so, last time we were, oh yes, we were dealing with the strange, corrupt prosecutor fellow. Not Edgeworth this time, strangely. Which is, that was a turn up for the books. Who knew that it was actually just every single prosecutor in this game's world? Yeah, not good, not good for justice. Definitely not. And, I remember embarrassing myself with Miss Lotta Hart. Although, to be fair, here she was, overlooking a lake with a strange equivalent of the Loch Ness Monster, and with her big afro, which reminded me of Brave. I'm not surprised that my brain went slightly Scottish. Here we were overlooking the misty lochs. I hear a lot of people who aren't in Scotland have difficulty pronouncing loch. I think that's how it's pronounced. Loch. Anyway, before I ramble on further, it felt like it was an ending at the end of the last one, like a finite ending, not just a temporary ending. But then this popped up, so I'm not sure what to expect. More than normal, because it's still blind. I've got no idea what I'm doing. 2 months without a single trial. I was joking. Phoenix. Surely you can take on work without her. Is she like a bad luck charm? Do murders only happen where she's around? I'm trying to think. I mean, sure, the first murder happened without her being around. But, every other one had her about. You can get jobs on your own, Phoenix. Although, admittedly, you are like an attorney who's only had 4 cases. This is the 5th. 4 cases under your belt. You've won all of them, admittedly, and some rather spectacularly, and beaten grand folk. You'd think a lot of people would want to hire the attorney who brought down the most powerful, unbeaten, and corrupt prosecutor in the city. But so no one, Phoenix. Has there not been any murders for 2 months? Could you not pick up some other sort of case? A nice driving offence or something. Oh, I've had offers, but none I took. Why not? You're literally running a business of defending people. That's your job. Why didn't you take any of them? Maybe you'll tell me. It is until the day that girl showed up. Now, why didn't you take the case? Was it because you didn't believe they were innocent? Do you only take the cases of people who... It's like, oh, I think this person's innocent. Because generally that's not how defense attorneys work. I mean, to be fair, I suppose if they are actually being approached and they're not, like, state-appointed or whatever, then they can sort of say, no, not touching that. So maybe that's the situation, but it would sort of be, considering like how almost idealistic, and maybe idealistic isn't the right word, but how single-minded both the prosecution and defense are in this game. It's like, okay, so we got the impression from our slightly incompetent police friend that the prosecutors are only so zealous because they trust the police have done their job well, and he normally hasn't. But then, of course, our defense attorneys is like, oh no, if we're defending someone, they must be innocent, no matter what. Which, to be fair, I mean, that's sort of kind of the stance of a prosecutor and defense attorney, which is kind of the problem with that system. It's like you've got two people who are paid to have a zealotous stance in one direction when you're supposed to be discussing the facts. I know I'm yammering. I should be playing the game, but it like reminds me of it's just like a duel. It's like the events don't matter. It's like, right, okay, these two people are going to fight each other with a battle of words, and whoever wins decides whether or not the person was guilty or not. Or someone sitting in the stand saying, doesn't the evidence count for anything? It's like, ahem, the lawyers are talking. But anyway, so Phoenix has not been doing his job for 2 months. Let's hope the office is still open. He's not doing business out of a cardboard box. I mean, I think most defense attorneys do work regularly. Why do I come here to the office every day? You know, ever since it was sold for me not doing any work. It's not like I want to work. Oh, is that it, Phoenix? Have you given up all hope of doing work? There you are, finally. Where have you been? That almost looks like Maya. Sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? That's a good question. Doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, she suddenly realized she's talking to a weird guy with a spiky black haircut. It's like, oh, wait. I mean, to be fair, you know, a name is just a name. You can call a guy Mia if you want, but it's not particularly traditional, especially not in the era when this game was made. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? Sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. She works down at the graveyard. So you are the coffee boy? Ow. As if his motivation couldn't get lower. Come on. Where's the option to display my attorney badge? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. I mean, sort of. I don't do that sort of job anymore, but I haven't officially changed my title yet. Oh my good grief. Oh, that thing with her glasses was ridiculously cute. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The disgraced lawyer who just didn't turn up for work one day? Where have you been? Also, from the Edward murder case? Yeah, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. Unless I missed that one when I was on my 2-month hiatus. That's a relief then, you're better than no one. Gee, thanks. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. I know I'm a defense attorney and that's what I do, but I'm not taking them for some reason. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? Good grief, how often am I going to do that joke? The undefeated defense attorney in all of 4 cases? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. Sorry, we have to try elsewhere. I mean, I'm going to give it like 3 months for my acting career to take off, and if that doesn't work, then maybe I'll come back to defense attorney. But, you know, please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. You mentioned that. Ah, I see. He's getting Maya flashbacks. It's the sort of thing that will... Maya? Could it be? I mean, they've got a similar hairstyle, don't they? Sort of. And she is dressed in a rather... how can one put it? Distinctive way. Okay, I'll hear you out. I suppose I do need to pay for my acting school lessons. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. Emma Syke. Emma Syke? Or Emma Sky? Sorry, that's Sky, isn't it? Is that Emma? Emma Sky? Emma Sky? I'm looking for the joke. Scientific investigator. Does that mean you're in forensics, or... Seriously, what's with the buttons and carrying flasks around? I mean, are you an alchemist from the bygone age? Here, have a defense badge. I don't need it anymore. It's just destined for the proper department anyway. So this is my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. This composition is mostly silver. The plating is flaking a bit. She analysed it scientifically. Doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'll give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale yet. I'm still looking for better offers. So that's not a bad one. So, has the information about the office changed at all since you gave up defense attorneying? Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one. It made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand, then my foot hurt too. I'm pretty sure I've read that one before. Mia's desk. Sit here less now that I've stopped taking cases. I'll at least dust it off once in a while. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. She actually did it. Maya stuck it up here on the day that she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I wondered if that was going to happen, didn't I? You sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. I'm not surprised. But what do you care? You don't take cases anymore. You haven't taken a case since the day she left. So if she put that up on the day she left, what clients are you getting strange looks from? Maya's plant. Mia? Yeah. The names are so blinking similar. And then Maya's plant. Charlie. Taking care of him in Maya's absence. I want to make a Charlie the Unicorn reference, but I can't remember the quotes well enough. Looks like it's cleaning day at the hotel across the way. Maybe they're planning a second branch outside of the city. Gad, the bellboy was staring right at me. I wonder if they're looking for help. Good if a part-time job now that I'm going for my acting career. Anyway, hello. Emma, I guess. I'm used to Emma being spelled with two M's, so I feel like it's got to be pronounced a different way. But maybe not. I don't know. So you're a scientific investigator. Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young, and going by the bottles and flasks, it looks like you're from the wrong era. I mean, those sort of look like time traveler goggles. Are you sure that you haven't come from... Well, I guess it would have to be the future to the past, then back to the present. Young. I'll be 16 years old this year. That's pretty young to be a scientific advisor. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. Yeah, well, that's good. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. So, what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. I'm going to keep saying that, too. Great, another future professional in training. Cool. This is nice. This is nice. We're getting a bit of forensics in here. That's what I did. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow. I'm sure I can fit it in between auditions. My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. Well, I guess you're in luck. That's the only sort of case I take. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? And how would she know she isn't? And how wouldn't she know she's dead if she knows enough to come here? How wouldn't she have heard about that? She heard about the murder case of Edgeworth, but she didn't hear about the murder case of Mia Fey. Alrighty. So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. Hey! I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for lack of enthusiasm. But... well, I would have said she's going to put me out of a job, but I've already quit, so... this case is handled scientifically. I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I'm doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. Looking forward to it. Has she invented forensics in this world that goes purely by witness testimony? Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. Okay, so it's her sister who asked. And we don't know if her sister's been watching the news, whereas she clearly has. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school. Huh? Well, that would explain a thing or two. She always told me to go to Mia if ever I needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Maya is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Or not? Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh. But she's my only family. Your only family. What about your parents? Oh, of course, this is a video game. They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. That's predictable. Right then. The detention center. I wonder if we'll see Gumshoe. I wonder if I can remember what I did for his voice. I'm going to be inconsistent. Hello again, Emma. Wonder what's wrong with Emma, other than the fact that her sister is about to be charged for murder. Got quiet all of a sudden, as soon as we arrived. Am I to assume that her sister probably doesn't want me here? There we go. God, I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, Mom. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or do you not want a raise this year, Understood, Ma'am. Okay. What was that all about? This is interesting. Who is her sister? Hi, Lana. Funny, I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Doesn't she look a lot like Mia? My memory is fuzzy, but... Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. Oh dear, that sounds bad. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? That's a good question. My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? That's... Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? I mean, okay, we've got two sisters again. One is a lawyer, and one is, I guess you could say, an investigator. Except on one side we've got a spiritual medium, and on this side we've actually got a wannabe forensic scientist. What on earth is with her garb? It's very, like, military. Not exactly something you'd expect a lawyer to be wearing. Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like... They even share a similar hairstyle. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? So, let me guess, he's done... What's I going to say about him this time? Come on, give it to me. Scott marches to the visitor's room. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Miss Lana. I'm feeling a bit chilly myself. Smile for the camera. Okay. Guess we might as well speak to her. Shame, there's no question about her outfit. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh. Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st, at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Right, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place at the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk. Classy. And your subordinate isn't the one here because... I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. I mean, you don't need a defense attorney if you're not going to trial. You can plead guilty and just go straight off. In fact, I think you often get a slightly diminished sentence because they're like, thanks for saving us the time, money, and effort of arranging a trial. Why am I here? So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. Oh, please, no. Detective? Death was due to loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you. Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? That I'm never going to get to say pal again? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means... the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. You know, the police definitely take the death of their own personally. In some ways they have to, because, you know, if someone's going to kill law enforcement, then, I mean, what else can they do? It's like, they have to be there to enforce the law, so, yeah, it's like killing any emergency worker. It's like, no. But the thing is, Lana, generally speaking, they want to catch the cop killer. Not just throw some random person in jail. Admittedly, she's confessed for some reason. Maybe she did it, in which case this would be very interesting and a turn up for the books. Or she's protecting someone or something. So the fact that she's confessed is not helpful, shall we say? But, yeah, I mean, you know, generally speaking, you say they will use any means at their disposal to do so. Well, you know, yeah, that just doesn't sit right. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor. That's correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. And you've overlooked so much corruption. Why? I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect, including suppression of evidence and invention of new evidence. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I'd think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. I mean, I've only had 4 cases and you've never shown up. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana, what happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Why do I have to defend this? Again, if she's pleading guilty, then why is there even a trial? Especially in this, fictional world where they want trials to only last X amount of time, to cut down on the amount of time devoted to trials. If someone is actually pleading guilty, then just move over the trial. They do that already. And so why wouldn't they do it in this world as well? Yeah. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Maya, wasn't she? You were in school with Maya, correct? A few years above her? I told you that, too, did she? Well, why not? Did drag him all the way here from his office? Though it seems he has a very little in common with Maya. Hey. I mean, to be fair, I don't have much in common with Maya. Either in appearance, experience, actual physical relation, name, etc. I was in law school. I was in my 3rd year. She was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? Because she wanted to be a defense attorney? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Anna was top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. A little bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know, so how can you say you did? I mean, is this woman so broken by the system she's working in that it's just like, oh, it looks like me, let's just not cause any hassle, let's just go to jail. If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. I mean, what did you expect? Mr. Wright? Yes. I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. It would really help if you'd actually give me an accurate account of what's going on. Or do you just not think a defense attorney should ever win? Have you told yourself that? Who knows? Lance confessed to the crime, yes, which is normally a pretty good sign, but something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. Something else going on here. I'm going to find out what. I wonder if she's being blackmailed. Because like we had that sort of situation, kind of. That would make a lot of sense, actually, if I think of it that way. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. She's never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everyone liked her. I see. Sorry, I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Anything else to say, though? No. Let's move. Down here. Ooh, this place looks... This place doesn't look like a standard parking garage. I guess this is a metal detector over here? It's so, like, high-tech for a parking garage. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? They're going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. Yeah, I think that's true. Try not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expecting to go out and notice there, partner? Partner? Oh, good grief. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose in the ranch. It's up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Marshall? Marshall? It's more like a sheriff to me. Is he... Okay, he's trimming his beard with a knife at a crime scene. That's just not professional. Look here, Bambina. I know how you feel. This is my gang's gold strike scene. Strike? This is our claim, our territory. The mother lode of evidence. You're fixing to mess with what's ours. You regret it, partner. I know what... You know what dreams the cacti on the desert dream? You want to. What is this guy talking about? You head on home now. Happy trails, Bambina. I've got to get a thicker accent for that guy. I've got an idea of where I want to go, but I'm not there yet. We'll get there. I wonder if this guy's going to be a recurring character or not. What's worse is this guy seems to perhaps be the detective. Is Gumshoe dead? Was that hombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Okay, I need to, Okay, there's the profiles. In charge of the initial investigation. So he's alive. Is he? Is he alive? Can't believe I want him to be alive so much. Well, there's a wallet. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. Is it money? I'm called to duty already at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way her eyes are sparkling, I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Oh, not yet, I guess. Oh, it'll take me there. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Let's start examining from every angle. Whoa, okay. I'm seeing something inside. Oh, look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with a press of enter. Okay. Is the clue the fact that it opens? This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goldman, ID something or other. So, we're stealing a police officer's wallet. That makes it much better. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? This isn't science. This is basic investigation. Yes, though I don't see what science has to do with it exactly. Look, get me fingerprints on this thing. That'll help me. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. So this is a new element for us to deal with. Aha! A ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please? Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. I mean, I like that we've got a scientific helper now. But at the same time... Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. What is a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have tests on common sense. Yeah, you're not wrong. Here, phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. Can't hear anything. My ears. Oh, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Nope. Look, a door! This must mean something. Not sure what doors mean anything. I think it means that someone has a passageway into another room that is not this one. Now it won't open. Mysterious lock. Failed to see what's mysterious about it. It's a lock. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? The investigation of your sister who is accused of murder. Look at this is one serious sort of gate, isn't it? This is where the cars leave a lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look like it's an... makes it look more like an entrance. What you're talking about is plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of dual purpose. Ha! The theory of relativity. What? I don't think that relates to parking garage doors. I'm gonna write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Oh Lord. Mr. Relativity, are you sure that was his name? I don't mean any offense, but if you're ever in the forensic lab, that's definitely when I've got to quit being a lawyer. She would generate false evidence without even trying. An oil drum. It looks like it's filled with water. Ironic. No, oddly enough. It's heavy, I can't even budge it. Terminal here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may even not even be able to... You may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. Well, I'm not suspicious. I mean... Oh, what's this? This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. Fail to see how that makes any difference either way. I mean, is the wall a water tank, or is there a water tank connected through the wall? You do understand the concept of pipes, yes? That is a fancy-looking car. No time to waste. Let's go hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Again, really unprofessional. Sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You must be moving along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Scary. It is scary. It is scary when someone who's meant to be a police detective is 1, threatening you, and 2, actually acting that crazy. Can you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? What are you drinking? I hope it's water. You're on duty, man. Well, this little filly has got a good nose on her. You want to know, Rise, that red Mustang with a body in her saddle? Please. No problem, partner. No time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza. You should check out room 1201, the High Prosecutor's office. Okay, I really do like that look, it's ridiculously cute. In any case, stay away from the car. You can around here all you like, but keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me. You two all set? Us? Oh wait, that's a different person. Whoopsie. What's this? She couldn't be. Why does she have rice balls on her hat? You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes. Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area's off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even for my days as the cough-up queen. Cough-up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid details. Oh, so you're the witness. Secrets? Dear me, you're a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? Witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Yeah, I mean, we knew there was a witness. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Oh, that's me. Please, cough up, Queen, and tell us what happened. Name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. I will do my best to forget your name. Before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Does she, though? Here, have an attorney badge. Defense attorney must be able to fight. How are you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? Wow, it was really crunchy. Seriously, a box of pickles, kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. You're not wrong. Okay. Let's ask her about the case. Somehow I knew it. I knew. Yesterday was the day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny was yesterday's special for some reason. You're a defense attorney, Wright. You should know that. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. Evil ones? Prosecutors, they have no qualms at all about blackening the names of innocents. You know, normally I would disagree, but considering the experience of this particular game and world, I'd say that you're not wrong. Yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunch with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Is there some kind of scientific evidence of this evil? I can guarantee no one has ever had scientific evidence of evil. Those two things are mutually exclusive. Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. Most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady is a thing against prosecutors, which does make her biased and will make it pretty easy, or should in theory make it pretty easy, to put holes in her testimony. If you get her talking about prosecutors at all, that would really that would make most of what she said not have as much weight. Although she's saying that the evil one, the most evil of them all, is the one whose car the body was found in the trunk of. And it's like, yeah, why isn't that guy sort of under more investigation? Is it because they just got an award? Would that be why she would want to protect them? If her job is like to give the prosecutors of this city everything they need, would that include her freedom? Giving up her freedom to ensure they can keep prosecuting people? That'd be a pretty convoluted argument, but I could just about see that. So what exactly was it you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield a knife so. The knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw them very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties in this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. The rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Is it possible that the chief prosecutor prosecuted someone close to her? And is it possible that she's out for revenge? I could believe that. Angel Star. I mean, obviously the name itself is kind of, out there. But I feel like there's got to be a pun somewhere. There's got to be more puns, and I feel like I'm missing puns. This game loves its pun names. Can we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I put only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the park's lunches are hid here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who hasn't tried General Tso's trilobite lunch set. And never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavour. Aren't trilobites extinct? Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Does he now? Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth. I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis, not. Okay, it's time to come together. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. And possibly some urges to poison people, which goes a little bit above hostility. Hostility? Whoops. Prosecutors are all alike. The bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kinda like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I mean, yeah, that kind of feels true to life in this particular world. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. I can only wonder. Be a sure cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking Kappa. Queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor. I'm not so sure. Really? You're only now wondering if something's a bit off about her? Well, I feel like I need to go somewhere. Unless we can try and pester the car again, I doubt it. We're probably going to have a certain ombre come on back. Oh, I can't even scroll over there anymore. Never mind, I guess I'll just have to move. I'm guessing back here. Nope. Nope. Investigator's ID card. I mean, the only thing I can think that I haven't done is show her this, which I don't know why on earth I'd want to do that. But, this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially when a card belongs to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honey ham to a detective. I always feel like I'm being mocked. Probably because you are. But to be fair, it's also like, I don't really see... yeah, well, I mean... So, I'm trying to figure out what else I can do. Look at door. I don't suppose the door can be opened with an ID card. Perchance. Mysterious lock. Mr. Wright? Time to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first. Right, yeah, okay, let me see. I'm looking for something and I'm not seeing it. If she hates prosecutors... Wait, did I show her this to her or not? I don't remember. Oh, right. Alright, of course. Yeah, I did, of course. It was the pickle thing. I'm not seeing anything else I can do with her, but I can't seem to go anywhere else either. So if I go back here, maybe... no. What if I show this to her? Will she have anything to say about it, I wonder? Here, see this? I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. What is this, a behavioral study of lawyers? Okay, well, that wasn't working. Well, in that case, what do I do? I'm actually kind of stumped. Oh, wait. Wait. I think I might have an idea. Where's my button? Let's further examine my prosecutor's my pin. Ooh, interesting. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? Nope, we found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Huh. Okay, so I'm guessing I need to give a closer examination of the card. That would make sense. Maybe I can learn more about it. Like, okay, there's something. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. Wonder why they don't use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we ever written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID, Yabadab. See, wouldn't that be better? Yabadab. There's a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Yeah, numbers are kind of easier, though. If you have to make a lot of different IDs. For a lot of different people. Right. Well, that doesn't seem to be, helping me. Or I can zoom in. Oop. Doesn't seem like there's anything else, though. I am struggling. There's no other topics I can talk about. Yeah. Maybe at this point I'll just come back when I figure out what on earth I'm meant to do next. Hello again, we're back. Now, I don't know what on earth I did. I came back here, I was going through the options, talking to her again, and for some reason this popped up this time. I will go back and double check that I didn't just overlook it, but I swear that it just appeared for some undefined reason. I haven't done anything new, but new location, which is just the sort of thing I felt I needed. Okay, let me see. That looks like Edgeworth's jacket to the left. I'm seeing a steel samurai thing at the back. This is interesting. Is that meant to be a chess set? It looks like it's too few pieces. And too small. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Are you sure? Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What? That shield? You know, a trophy just laying on a couch. I'm seeing a tea set in the back, lots of tea sets. This doesn't look like a prosecutor's office or anything to do with an office. And who hangs a shirt on their wall? That doesn't scream, I can get the job done. This place seems like it's a fashion designer's sort of place, or something. It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. I'm just going to take a guess. Phoenix, Wright? You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. I knew it! I freaking knew it! I mean, come on, it's got the jacket on the wall. She's saying it's a stuck-up jerk. Who else would it be? Long time no see, Edgeworth. Besides, we needed a prosecutor for this case, didn't we? Huh? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister is chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. You're the one who said it. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. Oh god, it's your car, isn't it? That would be my car. What of it? Look at his face. Okay, this is interesting. And here I was saying, why isn't that guy being investigated? Well, he was 2 months ago for murder. Edgeworth, how do you get into this? Okay, so the lunch lady saying that the guy who was you know, the worst of the worst. I was thinking to myself, no, we jailed the worst of the worst. But then, of course, we've got the protege of the worst here, and we know he likes to try and get innocent people thrown in jail. That's his favorite thing. Although one would hope over the last 2 months he's had some nice character development and has actually been approaching his job fairly. What? Your car? Say one thing, she certainly can't scream. I'm not screaming. Not even to be in character. That's not happening. Hello, Edgeworth. Oh, hold on. I almost forgot. Defense attorney etiquette. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. But you remember, we went over my entire life story 2 months ago. What? You want to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. You okay? The case. So the body was found in your car. Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? I mean... I'm surprised the police aren't investigating you. I mean, it was only 2 months ago, right? It was only 2 months ago I defended you against murder. After you went through all the trouble to help me last year, no less. Oh yeah, that was Christmas time, wasn't it? Wait a minute. The murder occurred at the turn of Christmas. Oh wait, no, that was Christmas, and the New Year would have been a week later, so it hadn't quite hit New Year yet, no. So it was last year. No, we don't think you did it. I know. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Excuse me, Emma? Wait, no, she didn't do that, I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. No, that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember, you've really grown. More annoying. I'll admit, it was a surprise to me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. Forced? I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lam Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor of the trial tomorrow. You, Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, to be fair, Edgeworth, at this point, you've got a solid case. I've got a few suspicions of my own of other motives floating around, but I've got no evidence that she didn't do it, and she's given a full confession. So, I mean, at this point, the ball's, the game's in your favor. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the whole accused of murder thing, and then getting, well, I mean, you found innocent, so... Although I'm sort of surprised you weren't kicked out the moment that you were accused, because that tends to happen. Because, especially in this world, it's not innocent until proven guilty, it's guilty until, forged guilty. Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Well, the rumors I've heard about you were true. You know, forging evidence, getting innocent people thrown in jail, being just generally unscrupulous and a terrible person. But what rumors do you mean? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. I know, right? Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Yeah, all that stuff I was mentioning. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. A guy's found dead in the trunk of your car? Why would people think that? Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. Kind of like me, if you actually think about it. And all of my attempts to prosecute innocent people, and anyway, it's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But to be fair, that sounds like something a defense attorney should be saying, though, Edgeworth. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. You think it's funny? Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. K, a shield. It's not bringing any immediate bells to me, unless that's the award he supposedly got the other day. Chief Prosecutor Skye. Yes, we worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Yeah, which reminds me just how inexperienced I am. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person. Well, let's not forget his whole prosecution thing. If she's the one who is in charge of the prosecutors, she's the one who sicked the great, the great forger of evidence on him, right? I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Oh, that's the betrayal. Well, I mean, I'm defending her, and everyone I've ever defended has been innocent. It's like I'm a lucky charm. Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. So she is looking out for him because she thinks he did it. Oh, this is funny. He thinks she did it, she thinks he did it, and she's willing to get herself put in jail to protect him. Is that it? Because if she stumbles down there, she finds the body of someone in his car stabbed with his knife. Why do you have a knife, Edgeworth? That's a good question to ask, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that one later, in court. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife is the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Okay, that makes more sense. I take it back. That makes more sense. A knife is a very common tool required for all sorts of things. Just as long as it's not the knife you carry on your hip for stabbing people, then it's fine. Edgeworth's knives, the murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood. No prints. Edgeworth. What? You sure you didn't do it? I mean, I have to ask. Come on, can't you take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Emma, you're going to have to make an interesting choice. Because, right now, your sister is accused of murder, and your idol is the #1 suspect other than her. Anything I can give you? Here, have a knife to the face. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Okay, I mean, that makes more sense. If the especially you, because, I mean, we patch things up. So if what he's saying by that is, I'm definitely not going to show you evidence, because I know you'll win. Which admittedly would mean, if I win, that means that the person who's in the stock is probably innocent, in which case he shouldn't be trying to win. That's kind of the problem. If someone's guilty, the prosecution should win. If they're not guilty, the defense should win. Trying to fight otherwise is the problem with the system. But then how do you know who's innocent or guilty before the trial's happened? It's like, yeesh. It's all about trying to find out who is guilty and who is innocent. But at the same time, if someone's obviously this or obviously that. It's not easy, is it? How about this? This isn't your evidence. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright. Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth. My sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm just doing that because I don't see what else I can do. Let's have a look around your gaudy office. Seriously, this does not look. This does not look like a very. I mean, the desk. Take the rest of the room out and just the desk, or heck, the desk and the shelves and the flooring and the couch. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Maybe even get rid of the blinking flower pot, which also has a neckerchief on it for some blinking reason, and the steel samurai thing. Then you've got a lawyer's office. But seriously. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, so it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. Check out that poor pawn. It's kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong with the right edges? Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. So this chessboard is a metaphor? Also, if the blue did only have a pawn left, then they've already lost, because they don't have their king. I know enough about chess to know that. Whoa, these are all case files? Yeah, I'd say that's about a year's worth of case files. They're stacked with the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. Well, Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. I wish there's someone get him for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? You must study his case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets off on that ladder. Do you want to be his assistant? Is that it? This is strange. It's strange having someone who's idolizing the prosecution as my assistant. Whoa. What a view. Well, it'd be nice to live in an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, how many floors is my building? Come on. If you jump out of this window, the time till impact the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. Sure. Nice morbid statistic. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. Such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Is Edgeworth just letting us rummage around in his drawers? A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. Polish so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. So why do we have Maya clone here instead of Maya? I met Maya with an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. There's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy. Heard that name somewhere before. Have I? Besides a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh. There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? Oh, God. I don't think so. That Wendy? Oh, God, because of course she wanted the guy who we got off to get thrown in prison. So she was sending him freaking gifts. Oh, dear. Wow, this jacket's even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in the frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. Seriously. Been wondering, what the heck is this? There's a big K on it. You don't say. It's prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors! So it was that award ceremony the other day. It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king. Yeah, you got a problem with that. I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors, at the police department on the day of the murder. Interesting. He seems to hate the fact that he got it. That's interesting. He described it as a toy. So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. I hope that, and it's especially good for you at getting that, despite the fact that I handed your ass to you every time we've been in court together. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors. Please stop saying that. Still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? Oh, right, there's meant to be more shield. Maybe it's a symbol. Like some secret prosecutor thing. Now, why would it be a shield? See, a shield makes sense for a defense lawyer. It's literally defense, and it's the concept of trying to defend folk. A prosecutor is more like a sword, I would have thought. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. But he pores over his case files here into the wee hours of the morning. He takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it, she's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. But in the morning he has sofa hair, little creases in his cheek from the seams. So cool. Sofa hair is cool. I noticed you haven't commented on my hair. And I can't talk to him about it. Maybe I can present it. Ooh, can I examine these things? I guess I better. Just to be sure. It has been mentioned to me after all, so much. Whoa. Ooh, look, there's blood on it. You don't say. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? He maybe spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. That is a scary thought. Is it? No prints, they said, unfortunately. Let me look at this blood. Doesn't look like the sort of blood you'd expect from a stab, does it? Like, I would have thought if you were stabbed, the blood would, I would have thought if someone was stabbed, the blood would, you know, cover the area of that had gone inside the body. But then also the pressure of the blood escaping the body would spurt out past the knife, very possibly, casting blood onto the person, and hence you probably have blood here, on this area here, the sort of, like the guard, but there's not really a guard on a knife, but you know, that sort of section there, as well as the hand of the person. This sort of looks more like the cut you get from it being, say, I don't know, dragged across someone, like a glancing blow, because then you'd have blood on the bit which actually cut, and then splash up onto the knife from that particular wound, if it was particularly bad enough to actually be like spurting. Although, I'm just trying to examine if there's any sort of blood pattern analysis that can be done on this thing. Not a whole lot, really. Sorry, I just got geeky for a moment there. Anyway. Ooh, there's a number on the bottom. What's that say? Check it out, there's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. But she says that his name does have a ring to it. Yeah, I'm sure when next time we go to see your sister, we can meet him, because he's in jail. In jail for being a criminal. And to be honest, the worst of his crimes, he wasn't even tried for the worst of his crimes. But that's another matter. Let's show it to you. So basically this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You know, since Von Karma was thrown in jail. You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, Wright. I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. Police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works, yeah. I'm so glad he wasn't the detective killed. You had me worried, Kane. I was wondering about something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? There are more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? I'm sensing a slight problem in your story. You remember Mr. Von Karma? He never missed a day of work, did he? He took a random holiday, which was in fact so suspicious that we used it in court. If he's received that award so many times, why has he... His record of being on time wouldn't be perfect if he had to keep going to get an award. I sense slight problems with this. Maybe he just never showed up. In which case, why wouldn't you just not show up? Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? If I had to guess, they'd mean cleaning up old cases. Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Yeah, it has to happen. I mean, if you think about it, you've only got so much storage space and there's always new cases coming in. But normally those cases would go out the moment they're solved. Do you not have like a... Do you not have some sort of secretarial staff? Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for its outstanding police officers and prosecutors. Naturally, Gumshoe didn't get anything. Again. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got it back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself, Mr. Edgeworth, pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. And, of course, non-solid evidence that I make up on the spot. But, anyway. Edgeworth's parking stub added to the court record. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot at 5:12. Well, that's when he got the ticket. It would probably have taken him an extra few minutes to park the car, you'd think. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So if you add a few minutes for him to park the car, so the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh my word. What on earth is this guy? Excuse me, is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth, what is it? Here, sir, the question of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not on this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir... Oh my god. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. Good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Mostly he was absent the day they gave out brains and good luck. Besides, I don't think. I mean, I guess in this world, prosecutors literally decide the police's salary. That's strange. His hand was bandaged. I just noticed. Right. Yes, sir. Oh, caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. See what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. You seem to have finally calmed down a line. At least. Sure. Well, let's go and hope I can find my way to this police department. What happens if I show her this thing? I'm curious if she has something to say. Yes. You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. You must have brewed the leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. You pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret of their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. You okay? Oh, wait, no. Here we are. Police Department. February 22. We've never been outside the building before, have we? Wow, that thing looks pathetic. Phew, we're finally here. Why did they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. Police department, huh? When have I been to criminal affairs next door? Hold on, what's that? Oh, Lord. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh, I know. This is the Blue Badger. Trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast.
Hey, pal. What you doing here?
That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there?
Well.
At least he doesn't seem to be busy. Sarcastic information.
Hey, have you know I'm a very busy man, pal.
Yeah, I can see that.
Give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect of this case.
Why not?
Huh? It's just the chief prosecutor's confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him.
What if she's not telling the truth?
Yeah, well, no, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her.
What if the evidence was faked?
Hey, pal, can I speak with you for a second?
Huh? Me?
Why is that little girl so peeved at me?
She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lanskai's sister.
Whoa, chief prosecutor's little sister?
Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked.
Huh?
Just as a sensitive issue with us these days. Haven't been caught doing it so much lately and all.
So what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, well, nothing really. Keep me out of criminal affairs.
Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time?
What do you mean this time?
What happened? Things are busy right now. With my sister's case and all.
It's true, I've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. One of the highest ranked people are being led into the criminal affairs now. The lowest ranked guy there is our chief of detectives. Not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all.
None of you. I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd?
So anyway, thought I'd spend the day getting the badger down, dance down pat.
Isn't there anything else you could be doing?
Chief of Police himself is directing this investigation, pal. Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot.
Officer Marshall? When I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy.
Patrolman charged with a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal.
I'm so glad you weren't killed. I'm probably butchering the voice. I can't remember what on earth I did for you. Something gruff with a lot of emphasis on pal. That's about it. Maybe you can tell me more about this. Or not. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this?
Oh, hey, pal. This is a detective ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time.
Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot?
Let me see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman, it sounds familiar. Nah, I mistake.
Didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs?
Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim.
That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Tell us more. So, this ID card belonged to the victim.
He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman.
Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? We found his wallet, not his ID card. Are you forgetting the whole wallet thing?
Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago.
Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but where's the chief prosecutor's guy called him out there to the parking lot?
And Lara's confessing as much. You don't suppose I want to see an autopsy on this one. I want to know the time of death. You don't suppose the body was put in the trunk of his car while he was here that he drove back to the prosecutor's office with it. You don't suppose? Maybe I can show something else to him. Wonder if he has anything to say about this. He loves Edgeworth.
Yeah, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday.
You at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Wow, really? I'm surprised. Congratulations. I was wondering why the award is why is the award a shield? Why is it broken?
Well, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten.
I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. With all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office.
Naysayers. Must be because of the rumours. Some of which are very true, and we know them to be. Anything to say about my badge? Detective. Here's my attorney's badge.
You sure this to be every time we meet, pal? Real men show the police badge, enough said.
Wish I had a badge. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found the detective's card, didn't I? Yeah, we already showed it to him. Would he have said that if I wasn't now showing it to him every time? Oh, good grief. Is there like... I don't know. Anyway, tell me about the knife. Whoa, wait a minute. Why did it just have both of them up there for a minute?
Found Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Drive Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing. Well, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
The car and the knife do seem a little well too organised to be a coincidence. You know, to be fair, thinking on it, if Edgeworth was going to kill someone, I don't think he'd leave their body in his car and have stabbed them with his knife. Unless he did exactly that in order to be able to say, why would I leave it in my car and stab him with my knife? So that argument doesn't really work, does it? Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more what's going on with Edgeworth. Anything to say about this? Oh, so if I show you either of them, then you do that. Okay, that's... Right, okay. Right. Well, having spoken with him, let's have a look around, especially at this Sonic the Hedgehog looking thing. I was wondering about that.
Wow, the dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece.
Oh god, it's you. You made this, Detective Gumshoe. Why am I not surprised?
Chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal.
Nice work.
It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances till the batteries die.
Poor blue badger fated to dance till he drops. A work of art designed by the Chief of Detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. I find it interesting that this thing is actually a part of the, You don't suppose it stabbed someone, did you? We've got something new, so let's have a look. In fact, we got this as well, which I didn't take a good look at, right? Miles Edgeworth, 1712, but you know. It's dated the day of the crime. 02/21. Is that the 21st of February? So he was not talking about this year. Murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple of extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. Can I investigate this thing? I'm seeing a handprint on it. on its face, although admittedly it was made by Gumshoe, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Look, the patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be the detective. And I said, "Hey, you do that. You're super lit cold, buddy." "That's hilarious, sir." I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. We must make a good pair. Maybe one day we'll get to meet them. "Mr. Wright, do you know why the patrol cars are painted black and white?" "No idea. Why?" "Well, I think they're designed after a panda." "A panda?" "Now that I have scientific proof, this is a theory." "Mind me asking how you came up with that theory?" "It was when I was on a school trip, I saw a patrol car and it came to me." "We'd just been to the zoo, see?" "What about zebras? Or do they not have those at your zoo?" That's a good point. They are referred to as panda cars sometimes, though. "The banner is announcing the crime-fighting campaign." "Nice slogan. Is that new? Is that a new campaign that they're launching, fighting crime?" "I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets." "I don't think it's that kind of campaign." "What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar." "I think most families can figure that out without the extra help." "You're not wrong. I always get excited when I come to a police station." "And why is that?" "It just feels like I've jumped into a movie." "Huh. You know, with all the police and criminals..." "Yeah, I don't know if this is all that exciting." "Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust." "We know they're not." "Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather." "Hello, what's this?" "The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here." "Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. Never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human." She has a point. Detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, police drama is in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. I don't know. If my acting career takes off, I might get involved in a police drama.
It's a tough spot again.
Again? Oh right, 2 months ago. How could I forget? That massive case that apparently was so traumatizing I never wanted to do lawyering again.
All started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond.
Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent.
Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, all true, of course. Nothing outright, but they've always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispered. They're practically shouting.
But there's no evidence against him.
Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to department higher-ups. It's only natural people would be suspicious.
I had no idea he was under the gun.
Maybe this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor's position himself.
What?
But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. That's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know.
Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? You seem to handle all the murder cases, despite your incompetence. What about this guy who's... What's his name? The guy in the parking lot.
That'd be Officer Marshall, appointed directly by the Chief of Police.
Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something?
No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA.
Moment there, I wasn't sure.
Oh, pal, they're trying to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene, maybe.
Letter of introduction. What's that crossed out? Receive Detective Gumshoe allows Bear to investigate the crime scene. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere.
Does Allie supposed to be there? No, well, you try,
Pal. Okay, I need to get a better look at this thing. This thing that has been handed to me. Come on. What's this? You know, I don't like having to try and tilt it to get in the range of this thing. It's just a bit inconvenient. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus $20. I think a couple of zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Are we literally bribing them with $20? Well, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? February 22nd, Prosecutor's Office Underground Parking Lot. Again. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. So it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sinks. See you in my dreams tonight then, baby. I'm guessing it's her and her guy. Oh, still here? Hello. Why, surprised looks, didn't I mention? I got a boyfriend, criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Wait. She has multiple? Oh lord, it's you.
Hey, what's wrong, Bambino? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd.
Oh, Dogie, sorry. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Goodness knows the fiber and hair evidence is never going to work out. There's something I wanted to ask you.
Scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment.
He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? There's something I wanted to ask you.
Scene of the crime?
Oh. Oh right, he's just doing this again.
Okay, never mind.
Here, let me wave a precious $20 pay rise in front of you. Goodness knows you need it. Do you mind reading this for me?
What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon.
If you have a spittoon, you're even more terrible than I think you are. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate?
Gumshoe? That old cowdall? It's holding a burly party or something?
Huh?
Look, it should say letter introduction. It says invitation.
Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Why am I getting all defensive here? I mean, I'm a defense lawyer. You know, stroke actor.
Don't worry, this proves from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then.
Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or hire?
Well, folks, clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like a settler, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny.
Did they just like try and look? Note to self: police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what are you saying? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Dr. Gumshoe's letter of invitation, crumpled and discarded. You okay? Guess maybe he'll answer some questions now. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Preferably without taking a swig from your flask.
Good men always die young. Remember that, partner.
Can you be more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right?
Well, and you were a feisty doggy then now.
Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest is a fine piece of work. Here's the autopsy report. Died within an hour and a half of 4. Yeah. In other words, he was killed. He was dead when he entered the car. Hopefully they'll have a more precise one later. They've had very precise reports in the past. And if they got to this guy the moment he died, surely they'd have an even more precise one, you'd think. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambino. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common. They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why I didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here the day of the murder, right? Here at this parking lot. So it seems. That calling unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Seriously, I swear they're trying their very best to get as many different West-related words into this as they possibly can. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You call me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. No, they don't. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambino? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. It's nothing but a sad old cowdog can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth then. Edgeworth? That cowdog has been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just you don't realize it yet. Dr. Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? I wonder if some of the powers that be would like to try and flip this and pin it on Edgeworth. There is enough evidence, there's more evidence against him than the other one, other than the fact that she's confessed, I suppose. And the witness, of course. I think the witness would say anything. Anyway. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Boop. Now we can get a look at the car. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime took place... For flashbacks, I'm not going to try the voices. I need to think. The crime took place in an underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. B block is through there. Well, that's where visitors park. I can see the lunchtime car over there, far in the distance. Yeah, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I don't see it yet. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Yeah, that would be an incredibly creepy thing to see. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up on my job that soon. Not until I've got my acting career underway. Hello? This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. You mean random guesswork? I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? I mean, I suppose. Right. Let's check it out. Oh, it's moving on its own. Oh, there's a thing. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about that, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever. Let's take this phone out. So, what, pray tell, were the last numbers on it? Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self. The defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Beep. Cellular. Is it going to speak? Hey, that song. I know that song.
What's going on over here?
Oh. Hey, what's going on over here? Oh, sorry.
I see you, partner.
You pressed redial on their phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was first taken to custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Says she only spoke a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Saw it, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. Sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, kind of strange, but someone called me, right, so we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. I hope you're not lying. Shoot you for that in Texas, partner. No, they don't. Uh-oh, incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. That's interesting, though. That is interesting, though. Was it calling my phone? Did she try and call me? This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. The body was feet first in the trunk, possibly like someone was dragging it out. Is there any blood in the trunk? What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. 6 to... is that 75? 15? 12 to 2. 12 2. Looks something's written on it. Got Goodman written at the top. Looks like a note. Oh, 7S. 6 to 7S. At 12/2. That would be maybe the 12th of February? Which would be, oh, how many days ago is that from here? The name printed on the paper above that, Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Sure, Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. We could always ask him, though. That kind of feels like the end of that. Right, let's talk to you. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. Prosecutor tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambino. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambino? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambino. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill wind, someone's up to something here, but who? You're not wrong. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? The things that he does actually do. He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable he is until he met you. Rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them, especially the stuff they make up themselves. You follow the rumors by Edgeworth to their source, you find one person, but they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person. Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, baby. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. No one says that. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere, everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? They targeted him because he was the closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Seal Samurai theme song, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids. Oh, she was calling her sister. I mean, that makes sense, sort of. But why would you call your sister after killing someone? Probably because you didn't. But then why would you call them first if you'd found a body, or what? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Property last Sky, last call my sister Emma at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Right. Detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I have a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Oh, I'm sure I don't know everything that went on here. And honestly, our evidence right now doesn't really point in much of any direction. The next best suspect is kind of Edgeworth, but I don't think it's him. It just doesn't seem like his style. No, if I had to put suspicion on anyone, it would probably be, well, I mean, the lunch lady and her fellow, sort of. But maybe not, but she certainly seems to have a reason to want to get prosecutors in trouble. But why? I'd like to know that. I feel like, yeah, well, obviously, one would assume eventually all the pieces will fall into place, but they're nowhere near it now. But, I mean, I guess we'll find out, won't we? How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of grey areas. That's very true. Honestly, given the evidence that we found, You know what, actually, Emma says it best. The whole thing is one big grey area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. If only she believed in herself. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes. Is it quit? A defense attorney should never believe their client. Really? I thought that was the point of your side. Never believe their client? Well, I suppose that's different from believe in, right? Technically speaking, you're not wrong. A lot of clients will not be completely honest. Maybe we shouldn't read her words too deeply, but look at them more to the surface level. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Maya. You don't say. It's almost as if they've basically used the two sisters again, but given them a different hair colour, and put them on the opposite side of this conflict. And Edgeworth is the us of the prosecution, with his own stalwart mentor and, well, wannabe goofy sidekick. Unfortunately, she's sticking around with me for now. There's one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you know, a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. First trial without a Fae helping me. Yeah. I do wonder if that's intended to be like, you know, Fae, as in the Fae folk, the fairy folk, as in, etc. No one's going to bail me out this time. You'll just have to use your own personal skills, Phoenix. Which, honestly, I would quite like. As much as I enjoy this game, one thing which is a little annoying is that it seems like almost every case has had the same moment. It's like, uh-oh, I, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, am completely stumped. There is nothing I could do, there is no way to predict what happens next, there's no way for me to do anything. I need someone on the sidelines to just say, right, do this. It's like, okay. It's like those railroading moments in video games where it's like, I know what it's like. It's like when you're fighting the boss of some game, right? And you're literally whooping their ass, and then the battle ends, and you're on the floor going, I'm dying! It's like, Mwah, you can't beat me! You know, that once happened in a game called... I'm sorry I'm going off topic, but I love this little story. It was in a game called Xenoblade Chronicles. I was fighting this boss at the top of the second of the giant landscapes. And I was kicking his backside so badly that I had to stop kicking his backside just for the battle to end. I had him completely stun-locked. He couldn't do a thing. His health bar wasn't going down because I was only allowed to beat him up to a certain extent. But I just kept wailing on him. He couldn't move. He couldn't move to initiate the you lose dialogue thing, or whatever on earth it was. I eventually just had to stop fighting him and be like, okay, go ahead and do your oh no, we can't beat you thing. It was so jarring. It was a completely one-sided fight with me kicking him around. And then next scene, we're losing with no hope of success. It feels a bit that way here, sort of. You know, you're doing your best, you're trying to beat the game, and it's like, well, actually, the thing is, you can't. There's nothing you can do. You have to reach a point of being unable to proceed. You have to reach a point of being hopelessly outmatched. And then along comes a magical person to help you. Anyway. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I mean, we do have her, so, you know. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Will you? You sure you're not going to sneak over to sit beside Edgeworth? Just saying. Well, this is a familiar sight.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. I guess. You're just lucky. You're lucky my last edition fell through. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth, seriously, you don't need to come that early. It's been 2 months. I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. This is a courtroom. Personal feelings are the literal only thing we're dealing with here. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. Tell you what, how about you do what you always say you'll do and go with the evidence? At the moment it's in one direction, but if it swishes the other way, which it's probably going to, then, you know, the judgment we made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Yep, it's between us two attorneys, nothing that anyone else has to say, especially not forensic scientists. I'm not bitter, you're bitter.
Very well, Miss Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. It was a witness to her crime. Is she getting the death penalty, or do you mean like life in terms of, life of freedom? A professional witness.
Well then, call your first witness, Miss Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. Professional witness. The cough-up queen. See, I'd wondered, obviously, she was given this name Cough-Up Queen before, and I was thinking, is that meant to be with her lunch? But I was also thinking, because we're in a legal-ish setting, to cough up, isn't that also used as slang for sort of giving up information? And now he's calling her a professional witness? I wonder how many trials she's been witness on.
Haven't I seen you somewhere?
You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before.
Judge is really wolfing it down. Really? Why is she bringing lunch for everyone? Ah, for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. This is going to be interesting for you, Miss Angel Starr. You hate prosecutors, and yet you probably want a prosecutor to prosecute a prosecutor, despite the fact that the prosecutor prosecuting the prosecutor is apparently, according to you, the worst prosecutor of all prosecutors that could prosecute a prosecutor. Anyway, will the witness state her name and profession, as if her profession wasn't obvious enough? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? Fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste?
So this is why everyone raves about caviar. So tasty it hurts.
I've never had caviar.
I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca.
What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? I don't want to know. Name, profession, now. Me? My name's Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I found myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us.
Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating.
Hurry it up.
Very well, Miss Edgeworth. As you know, I usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I'm a professional.
Huh. What exactly does that mean?
Really, Judge? You're the experienced one here. Aren't most judges like they spend their time being an attorney for a prolonged period of time, then move up to being a judge? Which I always found is an interesting concept. Till 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. Oh, okay, that's an interesting little detail. What? Miss Starr was a detective?
Ah, I know who you are. Cough up.
Cough up, Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. So she was good at getting people to cough up? First information and then their lunch?
Very well, you may continue with your description, Miss Starr.
Who is this lady? That's a good question. No one tells the defense anything. If I might have the court's attention over here. Oh. The telephone isn't working. I remember that. I'm betting that's going to end up being pertinent. Though possibly not this time, because let me just check my evidence here. Yeah. Nothing about a phone. Nothing, no evidence that I can point to say, oh, by the way, the phone was broken. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is the prosecutor's office personnel. B blocks for visitors and clients, and defense attorneys. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks.
I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes?
The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. Oh, interesting. Hold on. I'm seeing this little wall here. Where was she standing that she could see behind that car? Because she couldn't have been standing over here, or even over here. She'd have had to have been about here in line with the wall to see the car. And you certainly couldn't see it from the security office, or could you? The wall didn't go all the way to the ceiling. It was only about halfway up. You might have been able to see it from the security office. Maybe that's the point. Maybe she was up there with her boyfriend. The killer stabbed the victim with his knife and went to drive the body out. To drive the body out. So she also had Edgeworth's keys, apparently? Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
Who is this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Ron. Okay. I get a feeling that the positioning of people is going to be very important in this one.
Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright?
Can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Seems that poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. You know, we are in a courtroom. I thought you hated prosecutors. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can, give them your worst, Miss Starr.
Wait, are they talking about me? Apparently. Yeah, I don't trust Miss Starr for a second. Besides, for her grudge against prosecutors and prosecuting of innocent people, I mean, if she sincerely believed this person was guilty, then I suppose that wouldn't apply. But she does seem to have a certain hatred for them, and yet now she's very much anti-defense. She seems a little two-faced, and I don't trust her one bit. Okay, we finally get the actual testimony. This will be interesting. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finally home detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife in Detective Goodman's chest. I'm seeing problems already.
Bring your lunchbox to your boyfriend, how touching.
As you can see, there's no room for doubt. I disagree.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than The point of the knife, which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Okay, here's my point. She said a couple of things which immediately stick out to me. I'm going to press her on everything. But the thing... Okay, she's delivering a lunchbox to her boyfriend in the security office. Through the wire fence, she saw the chief prosecutor. So hold on. The security office is in A block. If she saw it through the fence, she must have been in B block, which are blocked from each other by a wire fence. Why would she be in B block? Also, she didn't say it in this, but she said before she apprehended her. Now, how would she have done that if the crime was in A and she was in B? No, there's a positioning problem. I knew it would be a positioning problem. But let's press her on every little thing she's ever said. How do you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The landlady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given they're used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. You know, Edgeworth, she kind of has you down pat. You have literally done everything in your power to prevent any evidence that doesn't support the person you're trying to prosecute pops up. You should really be considering that if you want to have a fair trial. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt I'd found my dream job when I became an investigator. If I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? So she was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr. Noted your obvious bias.
That's my way delivered lunchbox to my boyfriend. Let's... Actually, hold on. I just want to double check my evidence again, just to get it clear in my head. Can I, look at this more? No. Because I wonder if there's any evidence I haven't taken a good enough look at. I think I looked at everything. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, security guard.
That boyfriend? You've several?
Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I was going to make a joke about that, but she beat me to it.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room in the lot in A block. Exactly. So she was delivering food to this guy, but she saw it through the wire link fence, which isn't on this side of the building. That doesn't make any sense. It's up on the second level. You can see everything from there. That'd be the room with a security sign. You don't say. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm visiting now, I parked in B block. Okay. Yeah, I guess that kind of clears it up, doesn't it? She parked in B block, and that would have been when she saw it, but she was going to A block? I suppose that would make sense. Darn it. That might cover up what I thought I saw. So, was she in B block when she witnessed the crime? It still doesn't quite work with the whole, Yeah, I mean, thanks for mentioning the obvious there, but it still doesn't explain the whole, I'm just going to keep pressing and see what comes up. You sensed something? You're saying you had a premonition? It felt like, how would you say, oh yes. It's like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Me neither. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
A young cheese?
pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets, a greenhorn.
They must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car.
Yeah. By garish car, you mean...
Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth's?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. Interesting. Is she going to be trying to bring them both down? What is her angle here? She's making very sure to mention it's all Edgeworth's. Is this going to turn around and it's like, oh wait, Edgeworth is now trying to prosecute her vehemently when it was his car and his knife? Is the very fact he's prosecuting her going to be flipped around to be suspicion of guilt on him? If so, who could pull that off? What not case this is? The person you saw, you're sure it was the defendant?
I saw from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her.
If she's telling the truth, we're doomed.
Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick.
I thought you were pro-prosecution. When it's in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms, ergo, you're a biased witness.
You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Sure, you can prove it, but I'm not going to say anything.
Rookie? Come on, Phoenix. This is your 5th case. You're a rookie.
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post-lunch lady. My instincts are home.
Photograph? A photograph? You took this?
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera.
Why? I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Okay, you were standing there waiting with a camera.
Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant. It is. Let's get a good look at that. The blood is on the coat she's wearing, which doesn't look like her coat at all. Actually, it kind of looks like the guy who was killed's coat. I'm not seeing any blood on her. We do know she had a bandaged hand. And here we have her opening up the back of the trunk. I don't see anything else there. I might get a better look at the picture when there's not text in front of it. I can sort of see here. I mean, I can't see it very well, but I can see there's not like a body hanging there or something. This photograph doesn't prove anything except that she was there. It's definitely A block. It's definitely in the right position. That's for sure. Oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at the time?
Chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
Not in that picture, she wasn't. Right hand, hold on. We saw it was her left hand she was opening the trunk with. Her right hand was down by her side. I wonder what handed she is. Tell me more about this knife the suspect was carrying.
Well, I said the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Is your knife? It is your knife, after all.
Yes, that's about right.
Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the locations of a man's vital organs.
I mean, anyone who's taken biology is well versed in the location of someone's vital organs. Actually hitting them is another matter.
Sure was easier than boiling an egg, For my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, the person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. The defendant was holding a knife. What then? She thrust the pointy tip into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. We already know that. There's a link fence in the way. You did see her raise the knife and strike, no?
The defense is a point.
Actually, this time I'm going to go ahead and say he doesn't. We clearly know which side of a wire fence she was on. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes, the next moment. Chief Prosecutor brought her down the murder weapon. So she is wearing this coat in her early iteration. It does look a lot like his coat, to be fair. Hold on. Now, maybe I'm overthinking this, but the blood splatter is on the wrong side. For her coat, I mean. As we can see here, this side of the coat is raised up, because her arm is up. When she brings her hand down, I suppose it would drop down. But if there was going to be blood, I'd think it would have gone on the side that was facing him. Wouldn't you? Because even if her arm's down, this side of the coat is going to be slightly raised by it because it's extended. Because it's coming up from under the coat. That's what I think. We also... I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. So, I always knew this day would come. We've already pressed her, though. We've pressed her everywhere we can. I've literally pressed her everywhere. So what do we have? What do we have? That's a good question. Death due to loss of blood. One knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4. There's this. There's this. Parking lot with his car. Maybe we can take a closer look at the photograph. No. See, there's blood all the way dripping down here. It looks like it's almost like focused here on the shoulder. And then going down. And see, this isn't a bad example. She's got her arm extended, and this side of the coat is kept away. By dint of that, admittedly we can't see if there's blood on that side of the coat now that I think about it. If it was on both, it might be a bit less of an issue, but... it feels strange to me. Knife in her right hand, then she thrust it down. Now, where did things pop up in the pressure? I know when I pressed her somewhere, we got a little bit of a comment back, which gave me the feeling that might be where to press. Jeez. Well, this doesn't seem useful. Traces of their blood, no prints. Not helpful. She didn't give us a time, I don't think. One knife wound. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. I don't see how to use that just now. I don't see what I can do at all, actually. So she definitely photographed it from this side of the fence. And if she went in there to park before going round to see her boyfriend, that makes sense. I'm not seeing anything here. Maybe I should go through and press her again. I hate to go through it again, but... how did you know? Records a crime, methods are twisted, lead to tragedy. Yeah. Used to erase amazing evidence. I notice he's speechless on that point. Well, let me see. I mean, there is a question of her bias, but I don't have a piece of evidence that says anything to that effect. So she was going to see the security guard. Yeah, okay, so she was off to see the security guard, which is in Block A. The second level, you can see everything from there. Why isn't he a witness to this, then? The room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor, you parked in B block, which explains why you're there. Yeah, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. That's what she says, and the picture seems to suggest that to be the case. Because we can see the wire fencing in it. Gee, I'm stumped. Hold on, there's got to be something. Yes, there's like a feeling. Detective intuition. Wasn't he also a detective? It was like a young cheese, meaning he's a greenhorn. Right. Was he a greenhorn? Do we have anything to say anything about that? Oh, why is that doing that thing? Name an idea number. ID something or other. Oh, right, so it's literally the exact same thing. That's unfortunate. Geez, I'm assuming I've checked everything, haven't I? I'm pretty sure we did. Didn't we? Oh geez, there's so much stuff to consider now. Can I flip it over? I want to see if there's anything on the back. Loss of blood, 1 knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4. Blood loss is a slow way to go. So the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. I'm just going to keep pressing. Maybe I have something? You mean Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, his car. It's his knife. It sure is. It is odd. You're quite certain? You've even got a photograph? Let's press this out a little. Tell me about the knife. Yes, okay, we know about the knife. Sure it was easier than boiling an egg. You can't testify as in her ability to kill. Yeah, that isn't really good. I feel like there should be a way to press here. Finn was holding a knife, what then? Press here again. Tell the court where you can... Too late. The next moment brought down the murder weapon. Yeah, you say press the witness, and I've pressed her at every point. She gave up the photograph. Saw standing next to the car. She was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip into the detective woman's chest. This doesn't feel right, but I'm going to press her with a photograph. It's like, where's the knife? I don't see her carrying a knife, but this feels flimsy as anything. I'm not getting it. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Guy stab the victim with a knife. I've already said yes. swear my finest salmon swirl lunch. This feels like something, maybe.
I'm sure that's a fine lunch.
But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Oh, that's actually the point. That was weak. She took a picture of the moment of the crime, but there's no knife in sight. I guess? That's weak, though.
Miss Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Objection. That'd be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photograph was not taken at the moment before the stabbing. It was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? Objection. There are stains on the coat. That doesn't prove that she stabbed someone. How do you know she didn't have blood on her coat beforehand? That's so subjective, or whatever. We've had that thrown at us before, and we've been like, this thing tells the times. Like, how do you know the clock's time wasn't changed after the event? Well, how do we know there wasn't blood on her coat before this event? She hasn't said anything about whether there was blood on the coat beforehand.
Oh yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood.
Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. I'm not trying to see a problem, though. No problem, except you. Oh, wait. That was meant to be him saying, Mr. Wright, you're going to sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Yeah, objection! How can you say that? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony, does it? Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. It seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. But you can't say, you can't say that the fact there's blood in her clothing is evidence that it happened after the crime. You can't. There's no evidence of that. That's completely ridiculous. We've been called on that. Why can't we throw that back in their faces? That's it. You've run out of lunch. Your order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch on the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph.
Well, those gloves?
Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Hey, dude, in the middle of a pandemic, people are doing all sorts of things. Oh wait, this wasn't during COVID. Never mind. How can you tell those are surgical gloves from this distance? Those could be any sorts of gloves. I'm looking... If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Not strictly true. People could be wearing... She could have any number of reasons for wearing those gloves. You can't... Wearing surgical gloves is not proof that you plan to kill someone. It's always... that's rubbish.
These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation.
Premeditated murder, serious offense.
Witness, add this to your testimony.
The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. That's not proof of anything. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder is the only possible conclusion one could make, assuming that they desperately want to make that conclusion. No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough at all. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. See, that I believe, but not by her.
Impressive. Sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr.
This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Is that the only... You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Mrs. testimony is flawless. Oh, she's doing that again. What do we do? Is this it? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? Okay, why are we getting this exact same thing again? Okay. Deliver a lunchbox. Send something. Throw our friends to store a car. Murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. I feel like at this point we need to present something. I feel at this point we need to present something to suggest that it wasn't premeditated. That's what we need to break. We need to break the idea that it was premeditated. What would prove that it wasn't premeditated, or suggest that it wasn't premeditated? Possibly the fact that she then called her sister? 3 minutes after the killing? Who does that? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you be... That's a panic move. Right? If this was premeditated, she would have stabbed him, shoved him in the boot, immediately out of there. She's a prosecutor. She wouldn't want to hang around for someone to see. Calling her sister is a panic move. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement.
How exactly is that evidence in the statement? So how exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related?
They aren't, are they? Except that she's saying it was planned, and this is clearly not the action of someone who's carrying out a premeditated plan.
Not at all. Oh wait, I mean entirely. But let's just fail you anyway.
I don't think that won't be any points with the judge. Let's press this again just to get another read of it. Well, she was just in the habit of wearing gloves. The gloves were admitted as evidence. I haven't seen them. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when she came to the crime scene, she came to do murder as the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned, it was a premeditated crime. Yeah, this is bad. She's got them all thinking that it was planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. Better think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. Yeah, move on. Let's go all the way to the end. Oh, damn it. Apparently I've pressed the button too much. Okay, what else do I have? What else do I have to suggest it wasn't premeditated? He entered then. How could she premeditate a crime when she didn't know when he was going to get there? I have no idea what this thing means. Oh wait. Wait, are we looking at this upside down? It looks like it says 6 to 7 S 1202, but this was on 0221. So if we look at it upside down, it's 221, the date of the murder, and then maybe SL9? I mean, we think it's this way up because that's the way the paper was up, but people can write it on any way they like. But does that help us? SL, Lana's Sky. No, sorry, that's LS. Oh wait, never mind. Unless it was back to front, like, you know, the way they often do things. People often list surnames second or something. That's not helpful. Investigator's ID card found at the prosecutor's crime scene. So, I mean, what does that tell us? His ID was there? That doesn't seem helpful to us. Taken of her after the crime was committed. Let's get another look at this. Hmm. Let's take a look at this. Security room telephone. No. I feel like I need to press something here. I feel that's what it's telling to me. I guess I might as well try something else. Like, this. How could she premeditate it when he'd only just arrived 3 minutes ago? Right? How did she know when he was going to get there for his car to be there to drive it out? It wasn't her car. Oh, this looks like another failure. I have thought over the facts. I've thought over them very carefully. How can it be a premeditated murder? Like, all the details pre-planned, if it's using someone else's car and someone else's knife? How did she even know there was a knife? Hold on, maybe that's it. Maybe this is it. It's Edgeworth's knife, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. How can you pre-plan something around whether someone's going to have a knife in their trunk? Right, this looks like it. We finally got it. Do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? A bloody murder weapon? A red car? All belonging to the prosecutor there? You see, all this whispering is going on. The defendant is the chief. Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? Yeah, see, there's all this buzzing going around, and I'm almost thinking this is her plan just to throw doubt on prosecutors. Here we've got the best prosecutor in the business, supposedly, awarded that way. In a very fishy sort of trial of the actual chief prosecutor. This feels like just the sort of thing someone would set up to make everyone hate prosecutors. Now, I don't hate them. I mean, I know it certainly doesn't sound that way when I'm playing this game. In this game's world, they seem like a rather rotten sort, but generally speaking, they have an incredibly important role. But yeah, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. How can you pre-plan something over someone else's car being there and a murder weapon being in their car? That's a murder weapon that's like an item of opportunity. She didn't bring a weapon with her. Presumably, she grabbed a weapon out of the trunk of someone's car. How would she know that would be there? Defense's request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. Ooh. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you say the Landsky planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me, the gloves. Do indicate planning? No, they don't. They imply planning. They could imply planning, but they don't indicate planning. We haven't heard her testimony on why she was wearing those gloves. I mean, she would probably just say that, yeah, of course I was wearing them for that, because she's pleading guilty to this. But, you know, these are surgical gloves. Honestly, I mean, when was this game made again? It was made in the era when DNA exists. We know they were doing a big clean-out of evidence from past cases. She could have had gloves with her and on because she was handling items of evidence from a past case. Because you handle evidence from cases in surgical gloves because of DNA transfer issues and all sorts of other issues of transfer. She has all sorts of reasons, justifiable reasons, to be wearing gloves like that on that day. It's not right to be like, no, surgical gloves equals premeditated murder. However, why would you not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Ooh, look at her face. Oh. The knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. She just dropped all her boxes. Order, order, and again, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favour. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. He's got that smug look on his face again. Right. I believe the next lunch he'll be eating is this. Or eating his humble pie. What? She doesn't serve pie in bento boxes. I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking the tide had turned. Not over such a trifling detail as proof. But this does shoot a hole in the premeditated theory. Bah. Prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. Ooh, don't call her a lunch lady, she'll hate you. The defendant, Lana Sky, murdered a detective with a knife. Now, to be fair, this does only put a hole in the premeditated thing by pointing out, no, this would be a weapon of opportunity. Now we just need to prove that she didn't do it, I guess, which I don't think we have the proof of just yet. The defendant, Lana Sky, murdered a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. True. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. Suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. And if it wasn't, why would she have been wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again.
Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated.
You're not here in the capacity of deduction. You're here in the capacity of a witness.
Really now.
A witness says what they saw.
Angel's deduction. That Sky intended to murder Mr. Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
Okay, we've got her there. He was stabbed once. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. That does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So if I was at a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill a little free boy?
She makes a perfectly good point. Calling someone to a place does not indicate you plan to murder them. If she calls someone there and then they happen to die there, that does, suggest something. But anyway. In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
I know exactly which jugular I'm going for. I'm going to press her all over the place just for more information. But I know where I'm going for now, because we have proof he was stabbed once. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie.
I believe that she just said it was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again.
Rookie, never interrupt a storyteller. It's like putting a bun out of the oven half-baked.
Something's half-baked, you're alright, and it's you.
Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Your actions speak for themselves.
Edgeworth, if you actually wanted to prosecute this at this point, you would be scolding the witness for once again reiterating the idea that has evidence against it now, that it was premeditated. As you say, you don't need that. You just want her to say what she saw, and then she goes off on this rant about this. Now, how does she know that? You have no proof Miss Sky called him there.
You've no proof she didn't.
That's not the point. Mr. Edgeworth, so thoughts?
There's no record of a call made on the defendant, Mrs. Sky's phone. She might have written him a letter.
Come on, you could have tried public phone first at least.
In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered.
I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness, why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day?
sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Why? They worked on a case like once? 2 years ago? What kind of grudge? The grudge that you have against prosecutors, maybe? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. You're making things up, you twit. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there's a lunchbox here. We don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? Yeah, the problem is, you're assuming what's inside. A grudge. And then saying, but I don't know what the grudge is. You're sure it's a lunchbox? Okay, we could maybe assume there's lunch in there, but it could also be empty.
I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty.
This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? He just, went through this whole tell us what you saw, not what you thought, and then we have 3 things which are just her thoughts. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. This is the problem. A human machine? That's a contradiction. I don't know about that, actually. Please. Can't you find a fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's sigh smells like citrus fruit. Say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 cuts. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me?
Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that.
Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her ability as a detective really set her off. Short wick burns out the fastest. That's a scientific fact. I wonder, would it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Yes it is. Okay, let's go and break her on this. Okay, so you've got several bits of empty supposition, which mean absolutely nothing, and then the only claim of what she saw, which is the only thing that's provably wrong. Where's that autopsy report? Here we go. How accurately do you think she was stabbing him to manage to leave only 1 knife wound? You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states the death was due to a loss of blood from 1 stab wound.
Ah, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, I pointed that out. What a hunk, he's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed?
Well, witness?
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. Now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from the victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Really, this has just come out of complete no. A red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Really? Red muffler? What's a muffler again? Is that not some sort of scarf or something? I mean, she's completely just pulling anything out of her arse at this time, isn't she? Her red muffler. Yes, like a scarf the chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. She'd be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. He's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? When we saw her, was she in the picture? Wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood?
Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib.
Judge with a bib? That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood in her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? She did cut herself at some point, so there could have been blood in her chest. Starr's turned out to be a short-term matter. Yeah, keep going. I wish I wouldn't keep doing this every single time. I have to just skip through that. Right, now, let me see this. I want to see this picture again. No red muffler around her neck on this instance. What a shame. What a shame. You know her well enough to know she wears a red muffler. But wouldn't you know, there's no red muffler on the photograph you took of her. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proven it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life.
Savage. Harsh words, but good.
I mean, I'm supposed to be the one picking her apart, and I am, but Edgeworth is really going at it. I suppose maybe she struck a nerve by insulting prosecutors in general. But hey, this is him actually acting like he should be. You know, wanting to actually charge someone based on real evidence, not random supposition and inaccurate statements. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection, chopped liver? But it was their scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What?
Very well, witness, continue your testimony. It's the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim? This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. Yeah, because this interests me. She was in B block, and she had to go all the way around to A block for that. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. We did find his wallet over there. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's why we confused my earlier testimony. The prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
You're quite determined about the scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star.
It wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, cobra is a kind of snake. I was going to say that.
It's like, I strike like a snake and bite like a snake. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Don't bother with me details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Isn't everyone? The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Hold on. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. There was that big drum of something that was knocked on its side, but that was on the other side of the petition to where she said she ran to. Also, she has to have gone all the way around before she got there. The timeline is a mess in her testimony. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman, rare.
Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you will. Please.
Right, this shouldn't be too bad. I'm imagining I just need to find out where in her testimony I'm supposed to remind her of where everything sits in that room. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. Tell me more about this. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. Yeah, that's what I thought she meant. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights, and arrested her on the spot. You okay? This is where quickly. This is where I thought it would be, because of exactly that, the word quickly. How quickly can she apprehend someone when she's in B and has to go all the way round to A? Say quickly, were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Yeah, on the other side of a fence. I can be 5 feet away from someone on the other side of a fence. No, let's use a better, more modern example. I could be 5 feet away from someone on the other side of Mr. Trump's border wall, and it would still take me how long to go around the whole darn thing? Since it's currently still full of holes. Maybe I should press her for more details. Oh no, let's press here. I'd like to see this in the floor plans just to be safe. The lunchtime car was... She was a visitor, thus it was parked in B block. So where's the order from here?
I would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes?
Is this correct? Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But
there was a chain-link fence in front of you.
I went over it, of course.
Amazing, the cough-up queen lunch lady athlete, indeed.
It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. She couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. Climbed over it? I mean, I guess that'd be faster than going around. But, yeah, that would take a bit of time. I suppose she was an ex-police detective, so... Did Miss Sky not get away? Good point. Hey, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. What did she say? You keep going on about this thing. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Like the muffler around her neck, or the muffler on a car?
Just that one word.
So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. That seems like something you should have mentioned. Her phone? She can't mean. Yeah, press. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
No, the court does not see, Miss Starr.
Chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
The wall?
That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order.
So she used her cell phone?
Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day.
Good witnessing, witness.
Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying?
You should, of course, add this to your testimony.
Things I do to please this rookie defense attorney.
What muffler was overheard during the call?
If she was just going to call her sister, why would she go to the emergency phone? Why wouldn't she use her cell phone for a start? She probably has it on speed dial. So, has she tried to use the phone on the wall, but had her use her cell instead? Let's press a little more here. I want to hear a bit more about this. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Why don't you say this one time so listen, rookies? The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. And she picked up the emergency phone on the wall. It was out of order. Why would she do that? So she pulled out her own cell phone out of her pocket. During that
time, you climbed over the chain link fence.
Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Ah, the chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, business is futile. I think I'm understanding now. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dog alive going to patty a foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum.
There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime.
But it's strange.
What's that?
If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way?
The other? Ah.
Yeah, because the oil drum was in this direction.
Ah, the parking lot entrance.
That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent, more mysteries. Wish I could solve a few before finding more, though. So Sky tried to run, but in the other direction. Sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. She didn't do it. You have to believe me. Okay. Quarter. She mentioned the muffler. She tried... I saw it all, how she tried to use the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. How did you see this with the partition in the way? Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Oh, who am I kidding? Who would have thought you would be in my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? And who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago? Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction in your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you carve it all up. Ahem. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Ah!
Order. What's the meaning of this?
It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Gah. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you'll allow me a question. Tell us exactly what witness the lies told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... What she saw, where she saw it, the order of events, where she saw it. Where she saw it. Could it be where she saw it? We found her phone next to the car. Not next to the phone over there. But then she supposedly ran back in that direction. So she could have dropped her mobile by the car while being grabbed. That would fall in line with the oil drum. So it could be where she saw it. It could be that she saw it all from the other direction. But then we have the photograph from that side of the fence, but anyone could have taken that. She said she has a camera in one of her boxes. Maybe she left that box on the dashboard and I took a photograph in her stead. It could be where she saw it. Is she lying about what she saw? Well, it's not like it's a detail that's particularly pertinent, right? She tried to make a call from behind the partition. Why would she lie about that? What point would there be? So, I'm not sure it's where she... It could be where she saw it. It could be the order of events. I'm going to go for where she saw it, though. Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What's significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Stark to lie about it. That's what I was saying. There's no reason why she'd lie about seeing that.
Pointless to lie, I see.
But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? No, that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it.
Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime?
All testimony we've heard of now points in one direction. The place from which Miss Stark witnesses crime was here. Are you pointing me there? I think she saw it from up here. This is the only place where she could have been. Up there in the security room with her boyfriend. She saw it from above. Then she rushed down, out the door, to catch her there by the phone.
Security guard room?
Indeed, the security room in the grand parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot.
She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone.
Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in the A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. Remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? But why did she lie about that? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think the tables could be turned. Today a man's got the better of Angel Starr. Sexist much? Men can get the better of women in arguments, and the other way around. Any form of attempted superiority is the same, really.
Order, order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective, you should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Guilty. Is she talking about Miss Sky or herself? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? Doesn't make sense. Huh. She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. Wouldn't change anything. It would change one thing. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. Actually... Well, actually... That photograph isn't time-stamped or date-stamped. The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason.
So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright.
Huh? Me?
Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. I feel like the one reason they flashed that photograph. See, her being there gives the photo credibility. She can say she took the photo. That photo still exists. That photo still exists. So who took it and when was it taken? Did she have a remote camera? Or maybe the photo wasn't taken on the day of the crime. Miss Star witnessed the crime at the security guard station. She lied and said she saw it from Block B. It must make a vital distance, but what? What would it change? Angle to view of the crime, distance to the crime, difference in lighting. I'm thinking the angle, because that's the photograph. Why the angle at which you saw the crime occur would change.
The angle? What do you mean?
Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and, she would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. She'd also be seeing a person from the back. She wouldn't see their face.
This is important. Why?
It is, though. Come on, don't do this.
How would you like to reconsider, Mr. Wright?
No. No, 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 no. I honestly feel like I should keep saying that exact same thing until the game auto-fails me. If she saw her from the back, then she didn't see the face of the person stabbing someone. Also, it brings into question the photograph. Thank you very much. Who took the photograph, and when was the photograph taken? She can't say with great confidence. I've reviewed what we know. We know there was a photograph taken from over here, this side of the partition, not up here. She lied, said she's over in Block B. Well, it can't be lighting, right? What would lighting have to do with it? This is something that was mentioned, so I guess this is it. Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime? Yeah, I guess. But that's not what's pertinent here. My condolences, Mr. Wright. One look at the floor plans is quite clear. Distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. Yeah, but she can't jump out the window. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Yeah, that whole thing. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye?
Well, witness?
You. Yes. You ordered the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing the PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
I wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Is that meant to be your photograph? Because that doesn't work. Yeah, and then she had to go around. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's quite the detour. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking lot in Block B.
That's quite a detour.
That's what I said. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork.
You have a point. The spork is a wonderful invention.
You'd like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely.
She's bribing the judge. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? I'm tempted to sit back and observe because Edgeworth has been pretty good at cutting in. But really the problem is this photograph. This photograph was now taken how long after the crime? Do I have any evidence to stop this? Anything specific? I'm not sure. I'm going to let Edgeworth do it. I think I need more evidence before I go stick my spork in this mess.
Ooh, caviar. Oh, it makes my eyes tingle.
Mr. Wright, no evidence can win against the raw power of caviar. That's a scientific fact. The only thing that's left is your strong presence and deft powers of deduction. Screw the lid back on those overpriced fish eggs. Objection. 5 minutes between the witnessing of a murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could have made pasta in that amount of time if you like it al dente. I got lunchboxes that like tie pasta into knots, Ricky. So, 5 minutes blank? Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor?
Well, guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone.
But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. This time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. If I keep throwing my boxes on the floor, there'll be none left for the judge.
Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant, and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. You did it. You screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close.
I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Hold it. Uh-oh. Let me guess, it's... Oh, no, it's her. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that?
This is another one of her trick lunchboxes.
My apologies. We have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr.
A whole stack of boxes. Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Ooh, triple-decker. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear this decisive evidence. You've got until I finish these lunchboxes.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? You know, no matter what she pulls out, I should just be able to do the whole "and why didn't you mention this before" thing. I should have mentioned this 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 tabs of blood were found in this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. How's that?
What? There's blood found in that shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. That doesn't sound like decisive evidence. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Well, this is the first time I've heard of this evidence. And apparently, despite having no further connections to the police force, she managed to have it forensically examined to determine both the blood type and the DNA identification of it. By the way, very good work getting DNA run through in one day. Even the most optimistic predictions have a 2-day turnaround. Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensic department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not sure if that's true. Yeah. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence for a law, really.
The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Not even to ensure the guilty are properly judged. I'm just a big old hypocrite. White Owl shoe bears trace of blood from Goodman and Lana's sky. So what? The photograph clearly shows that she was at the place interacting with the body. There's any number of reasons she could have gotten his blood on him. His blood on her. He was bleeding out after all. And her blood on her own shoe? That's supposed to mean what? If anything, that hurts the prosecution's case. If her blood and his is on the shoe at the same time, I mean, she wasn't made to be bleeding by this. This doesn't seem to be. I haven't seen any other evidence of her blood being anywhere. This doesn't change anything.
Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Right, well, let me see. I want to take another look at the photograph she took of her. Ah, see, right there. Right there. She's wearing black shoes. It might be a black and white photograph, but those are not white shoes. She could have changed her shoes, of course, but that's something which is of interest. Should have mentioned those 5 minutes I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. What you mean is you wanted to hide evidence that didn't help the case that you want to win. In other words, the exact same thing that you accuse prosecutors of. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Yeah, right. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. You're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. Don't you mean everything that you've just done? When you fight monsters, you use every trick in the book. This one, the suspect is admitting she did it. But then your choice was to help the prosecution, not to hurt them. So, how is that fighting the prosecution?
False testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
Now the matter of the victim's... Oh, victim's shoe. Right, the victim's shoe. Okay, that... I missed that detail. I thought it was her shoe. Well, never mind. There goes the old photograph thing. And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe's my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen.
I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next.
Please tell me the police officers are waiting outside to escort her to jail. So, let's tell us about this blood. So, you brought her to the forensic department. If you're going to submit someone as evidence in court, you need it proved. To do that, evidence must be analysed by a forensic expert. And she got away with a little coup because she used to be a detective.
Shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
The man was stabbed, after all. And I can kind of believe he was wearing white shoes. Literally everything else he's wearing is white. Apart from his tie, and even that has white polka dots on it. The blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found in the shoe. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to a defendant with a blood test. It's just a blood typing test? You claim there's something about blood tests, Rookie? I damn well do. Speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. You see, this is what they used to do before DNA existed. It's just blood typing. What it meant was that a person would be you could test a blood and say it's this blood type, and then you could test someone's blood and you say, oh, you're type A. But that meant that you couldn't tell the difference between any type A blood. You could have 5 people in a room, they're all type A. You can't tell any of their blood apart. Some of them are rarer though, and I'm guessing this is going to be a rare blood type thing, because that's the most conclusive that blood type evidence could be. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether the murder was committed, whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's true. You also definitely can't tell anything about how the blood was put there or why it was put there or under what circumstances.
It's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. I think they basically call that DNA testing. If I had a little more time, would have gotten a DNA test result. Okay, fair enough. You're actually being honest. DNA tests do not happen that fast. But they said it was very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana's skies.
The suspect's blood was found in the victim's shoe.
That ties in directly to the death of Detective Goodman. We already know she was there. I was afraid he was going to say that. It doesn't really, though. It's not flawless, and it's not decisive. We know she was there. There's a photograph of her there, with blood on her clothing. She's saying she did it, but that doesn't necessarily mean she did. She could be trying to protect someone. If someone who she wanted to protect killed them, and she happened to be there, she could have blood on her clothing and on her shoe, and her blood on her shoe? On his shoe, rather. Well, his blood will be on his shoe because he was bleeding to death. Her blood on his shoe means that she was there, but it also means that she was bleeding, which doesn't, what does that mean in this situation? Your testimony didn't say that he fought back, so it's pretty sly hiding evidence like that. There's nothing sly about a lawyer using a weapon using the law as a weapon. Science is always on our side, don't forget. Scientific investigation is the wave of the future. We should investigate this evidence a bit more closely. That's a solid point, actually. That is a very solid point. Thank you for that hint. Let's get a closer look at this thing. Oh, there's blood on the underside of the shoe. There's blood here too. On the sole of the shoe. It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood is horrible. This blood might be an important clue. This blood is my sister's, right? Why wouldn't he be dripping blood on his own shoe if he's been stabbed in the chest? It'd be going down, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail, that's true. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. But she was wearing gloves. Admittedly, those gloves are not very sturdy. But poor sis. Anything else about this shoe we can investigate? Come on, give me something else. I'm guessing the blood on the underside is the interesting part. Anyway, I didn't read the last bit, did I? Flawless, decisive. Well, let's take a little look at that. Can't let this evidence go through without fight. You're the peppered fish guts, right? Sound like it hot, Mr. Wright? Sound like your client. She used enough hot water to make all that a soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? I mean, I'd say yes, but that's on the basis of actual, how these things go. Is there a problem? I think so. If I'm not imagining things, I see there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, Rookie. I'll give you peppered fish guts now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. This is a courtroom, after all. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence.
I'm guessing it's going to have to be the blood and the soul, because that was what we were triggered on. I think. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, Rookie. Will be your blood at the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed. There's quite a bit of blood in the bottom of the shoe.
It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about this blood in the bottom of the shoe? Ooh. Well, what do we say about it? Now, death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour. I feel like it's either the picture or the autopsy report. Because what I'm thinking is, one thing I'm thinking is, if he was stabbed and bled out, why isn't there blood all over the shoe? Why is it only at the bottom of his shoe? Shouldn't it be everywhere? If anything, shouldn't it be on the top of the shoe more? But then there's also the point of, could he have stepped in his own blood if he'd just been stabbed and was being shoved into a car? Oh, wait a minute. So this was 5 minutes after the crime, right? This was 5 minutes after the crime. There's no blood on the ground. He wouldn't have gone beyond here. Where did he step in his own blood? Where did he step in his own blood? The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Also, the fact that if someone was stabbed and bled out, it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of blood around, right? And if you bleed out, that means that, you're alive and your body is still pumping blood and it's just all gushing out of the wound. It sprays all over the place and then dribbles all over the place. There should have been so much blood there. As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. Now, I had wondered a bit about the blood. I'd wanted to get a better look in this inside of the car, because I'd been wondering whether or not he'd been killed before he was brought there, which seems more and more likely to me. Maybe this is the footprint on her clothing. No traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor. There could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked at the scene and found nothing of the sort.
Order. Witness.
What Great going, Mr. Wright, but also if he was stabbed at the car and then shoved into the boot of the car, then that picture shows all of the areas that are pertinent. Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think. Oh, I've thought. I don't know why it's not... I've got an idea. Just gotta find the contradictions. What? I've got an idea. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. You were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped with one vital hint to the truth in her testimony.
What are you talking about?
Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but efforts were in vain. She on my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. Predator, this one. A leopard woman, rare.
Oh, are you saying that the oil swept away the footprints? Is that what you're saying? We still have that photograph of the only area where he could have been standing, and the oil drum was not kicked over at that point, was it?
I thought that was a strange thing for the only cool-headed chief to do.
No kidding.
Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, there, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? And please, no more lunchbox metaphors.
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
Water?
What does that mean?
Also, we've still got the issue of where and when that photo... Well, the photograph was taken, what, 5 minutes after the crime? The oil drum wouldn't have been kicked over at that point.
Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason?
Ah, you don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the blood stains that would have become evidence against her.
Incorrect, Mr. Edgeworth. Firstly, it didn't hit the wall. Remember the wall? The wall that's sort of right behind the car where blood would have been spraying?
Ah.
And that photograph was taken before the oil drum event, so there's no blood on the floor. That ties things up quite nicely, except for the obvious contradictions, but let's just ignore those for the time being. That'll be tomorrow's problem. Bloodstains left in the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Well, they tie her to the scene, sort of, but we already knew she was there, so this evidence really doesn't add anything. After the deed was done, she knocked over an oil drum to erase the telltale signs that we have photographic evidence weren't there in the first place.
That's a prosecutor's speciality, raising evidence.
That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? Maybe she cut herself on the edge of an oil drum.
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please.
What? What can I do? Your sister's confessed to the crime. She tried to conceal it. Oh, wait, no. She definitely hasn't tried to conceal anything.
But... Enough. There's no need for further debate. Your verdict, Your Honor.
Very well.
But Angel Star's on the prosecutor's side.
Yeah, that's generally how things go here. It's strange, for sure.
She could have been lying about the water.
Scored for the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Hold it. Little girl, what did you say? Me? Did you just say our Angel Star was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by raising the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait, witness, don't tell me you're something else.
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments, you'll be held in contempt of court. I want to make sure that I prove you right about everything about me. Your threats would scare the cough out of me. Look at this.
Photograph?
Good grief, why did she pull this out of? More to the point, like, why is it that she has all this, what she's doing is putting herself very neatly everywhere. Just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
There's no room for error in this evidence.
Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet.
Raising the last trait of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. Well... And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. Sorry, Mia. Oh, here we go. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Nope, here it comes. Even when she's not here. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. I want a better look at that photograph, actually. It's not in evidence, darn it. I only got a brief glimpse at it. It's the last piece of evidence.
Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection. Your Honor, wait.
What is it with you people? Can't I hand down verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait?
No, we can't. Then it'll be too late. If you put down the verdicts, I can't keep, defending my client. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. Can I get a better look at it? This trial isn't over until we give each a piece of evidence. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. I mean, let me look at it, please. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I gotta go ahead with this.
I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. I wanted to go for lunch. Number 3, or was it 4? Was it right?
There we go. Where's the problem? So he's been stabbed, the knife is sitting in him. What's that in the muffler? Problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler?
Wait just a moment, Miss Edgeworth.
Your Honor.
You just said muffler. But I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph.
A muffler is also part of our car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe.
I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
So what if the sun's sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh wait, what did I say in my testimony? Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What?
As here, Mr. Wright has us on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler relates to this case.
Because it was mentioned on the phone. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ah, yeah. Could it be the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. I swear, I mean, I swear at this point they should have like a health bar above the witnesses.
It seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about this piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do the disservice to the law.
Thank you, Judge. It's the first time I've heard something so sensible in this courtroom.
Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed.
I suppose so. Phew, now it's close. But we made it. At least for now. You know, I resent having to have the ghost of my old mentor come and tell me to take a look at the photograph that didn't let me have a close look at until that point. It's like, just let me look at it. I saw what the problem was.
This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all.
Still hungry? I was joking about that. I don't know, is it telling that I seem to keep guessing this game's jokes? Oh dear.
Oh well, let's press on.
The shrewd amongst you will probably notice that I'm no longer recording these in a single sitting, by the way. I record them in, well, more or less every save, honestly. It's easier on my voice and easier to do my timescales, since I just don't seem to have the time to record these things in a single sitting like I used to. But it does come with one notable downside. I cannot remember what I was doing for their voices, because I'm not good with that. It's about feeling, like how it feels coming out of my mouth, so it's like it's muscle memory. I don't... Well, no, you don't forget muscle memory, but it's like muscle memory that I haven't had time to remember, or something like that. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Hey! But come on! That's not fair. Like, you're swimming up at the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface. No matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. You know, I was actually thinking about this, and I know I've said that it frustrates me that it always seems to get to the stage of, you know, we're doing well, and then suddenly we hit a wall, and it's like, no, we're doomed, there's nothing we can do. I mean, honestly, the last one was a pretty good example, because, like, they presented a new piece of evidence, a photograph that didn't actually prove anything to support the prosecution's case, because it's just a picture of the body in the car. We know that. We already knew that was there. I didn't have her in that picture anyway either. But, you know, it was like, okay, new piece of evidence, Phoenix gives up. Oh no, no hope. And it needs the spirit of his old teacher to say, right, try actually looking at the evidence before you give up. It's like, oh right, of course, look at the evidence. But I wonder if that's part of his name, because they love their puns and their jokes, and I couldn't think what Phoenix Wright's joke name was. I mean, the right part, because they keep, like, they're doing, you know, right? Because, you know, it's like, if you're right, haha. Anyway, but I guess also the Phoenix, that's sort of how his cases always go, isn't it? He rises up and then collapses into ashes and then is reborn, effectively, or rather his hopes in the case are reborn. That's my theory, anyway. So today we're swimming in quicksand. Okay. So what happened to your sister, anyway? Apparently she got called off the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn the trail around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. You better hope it's not insignificant. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny insignificant, to tell the truth. Don't worry, Phoenix. Don't worry. You know what they say, you have to suffer for art. This will really help in the old acting career. Hola, partner. Well, what do you know? It's the guy who thinks he's a sheriff again. They say you show real red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up his temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall? Thought I'd come to take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's this going on over there anyway? Oh right, he's talking about the sort of well, I don't want to say lockdown, that means something else at the moment, but the big lockup of their department. You know, the amount of time this guy spends trimming the same patch of his jaw, you have to wonder just how fast his hair grows. All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Doing enough in your play without worrying about other people, compadre. You could be worried about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall, the whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Maybe that'd just be all. I don't know what to do. I know I want to do it to this guy's voice, I just can't do it. But the muffler, that's a point. It's one of the things, I wish we could have found a way to challenge it, because, like, you know, the cough-up queen was like, oh, I saw her stab her. It's like, she was so murderous. How do you know she's murderous? Well, you have to be a cold, relentless killer to stab someone that many times you stabbed once. Oh, I must have thought he was stabbed multiple times because I saw red on her red muffler. It's like she wasn't wearing a muffler. Oh, well, she said the word muffler 5-10 minutes later. That's what confused me. It's like, wait a minute, hold on. Can we go back to the start? So her saying the word muffler 5 minutes after you'd gone around the building to get to her was what made you think she was wearing a muffler, which was what made you think that she stabbed someone multiple times. It's like, hold on, that doesn't make any sense. And we still can't go on the whole thing that she actually saw the murder from behind. So she actually didn't see the face of the person who killed him. And we covered the ground that an intelligent killer would flee the scene. So 5 minutes later, she sees someone standing over the body, and she's like, you must have done it. I didn't see who did it, but you must have done it. Which actually means that her entire testimony and her photographs are evidentially meaningless. But, there you go. Although that said, I'm still pretty sure that the murder was probably committed off-site. That's still my theory. Although it could have been on-site if that indeed was the case, that the real killer fled. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm rambling about what I thought about the case rather than just going on. It'll all be revealed in time. Seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. Saw her that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? I mean, we know she wears one, that's the whole point. I mean, we assumed the cough-up queen saw the... I mean, could she have been wearing the red muffler when she was in the booth and then taken it off 5 minutes? Over the 5 minutes? I mean, that would certainly explain something. That would mean that it was both her, that it was her at the scene the whole time. But then if she was from behind and she was wearing a jacket, would you see her muffler? But is she just not in the habit of wearing one? Because as he says, she's seen it many a time. And the cough-up queen was a detective, wouldn't she know that she normally wears a red muffler? Where did it go? That's a solid question. Unless that rag is the red muffler. I forget if that picture was colour or not. No, see, all the pictures are black and white. The photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Admittedly, that was 5 minutes later, after the kill. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken.
Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell.
I have a bad feeling about this. So what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? I'd say treacle, but then you'd have the upside of it being sweet. Tar? Tar sounds about right.
It's steak sauce. I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee.
You see, I know exactly the accent I want to be giving this guy, but I just can't do it. I do have a good mental reference for it. Oh, look, we're back in court.
I'd like to resume.
What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. He does seem a bit out of sorts. Whoa.
Is something wrong, Mr. Edward? Your face is blue, while your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. You almost look like Phoenix Wright has just poked a hole in your argument. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent.
I like they're just describing every single detail about Edgeworth's enraged posture. This can't be happening. I wonder what's happened to Mr. Edgeworth. It seems like a lot has happened during our little break.
Well then, I believe it's time we continue on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested the prosecution conduct an investigation.
This is unacceptable.
Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself.
Oh, excuse me. Knock, knock. Who is this?
Who's there?
Oh, my word. He's wearing that same thing. That's the prosecutor's badge, maybe? What's with this guy? Strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. I mean, I'm immediately drawn to the strange, multi-circular eyes and the sort of decided cross that he's got with his scarf? How on earth do you even tie a scarf into a cross shape? This guy seems almost like he's going to be taking prosecution in a very dogmatic, zealotous, religious way, screaming about justice and divine justice and repentance. Maybe I'm just jumping the gun, but come on, you don't give a character that art style unless you plan to do something with it. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Seriously? Where on earth is he? That's a good question. Come on.
Ah, it's you.
Oh.
Sorry I'm late, Ajay. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Ajay. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, Ajay. My boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed.
Haji seems to be a nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Do we want to know?
Ah, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, sir.
Thanks?
So sorry about a little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly.
Little worthy? I mean, I think edgy works better for him, honestly.
Mr. Wright, You don't know the district chief of police?
This is the chief of police? Chief of police?
He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
So is that wrong? Is that the symbol of the police in this area? I don't know. So I was just reading his name for a moment to see if there was some pun I should be reading in it.
Name's Gant. Demon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I have a friend called Gant.
So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Where's Worthy here? Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out. By bringing this. Hey, that's presumably her red muffler. My sister's muffler. So Miss Stahl wasn't just seeing things, but we know she wears one, right? You met her. No? Well... No, I'm sure we've seen her in one. The crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. How, excuse me? I presume you're going to give some reasoning for this, but why is Phoenix immediately assuming she must have been... This guy has her red muffler. That means she must have been wearing it on that day at that time. What? Whoa, that's a face.
But to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe.
I was wondering if she'd shoved the muffler in the muffler.
On little Worthy's car, no less.
Say something, man.
It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this?
It's what you'd call a split witchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Okay. Objection? Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth.
How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
Now, wait a minute, Worthy.
I have no desire to hear your excuses.
I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me?
Ooh. Drama. I think we've got a jurisdictional conflict here.
Have a look at this document where it says, person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth.
That's not fair. The day of the crime, I had...
Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology.
What? Are you serious?
Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
Ooh. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. You haven't been in court very long.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gah.
The court accepts as new evidence. I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Don't tell me to go and get you lunch.
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? I don't see why not. I mean, it is evidence.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, so I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, it's doing it on its own. Oh, do I get control now? I guess this is what we want? A broken knife. A broken knife? A broken knife with blood at the end. This looks like it was stabbed into someone and the tip of the blade was lost in the body. Ah, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. It's my finger. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. This dark red stain... blood, maybe? Someone fetch me some Castle Meyer solution and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Switchblade knife found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. SL9. 2. Don't we know SL9? That's the name of one of their cases, isn't it? We've heard that before, I'm sure. This doesn't excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself.
Terribly sorry, I asked you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife.
Sure thing, not a problem, not even a little one, really. Part of me has to like anyone who who puts Edgeworth on edge. This knife is special, I can't say how here. There's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed, the police department, see what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15, scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it.
There was a murder at the police department, detective.
That's hush-hush information, Haji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact sign Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order, and again order.
Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. I was saying at the beginning of all this, it was like a crisscross sort of thing, maybe. Because we saw like 2 people, 2 knives. So it could be the situation that one person... Because I think the idea of a crisscross... I don't know if that's an official term or just what I've heard it used as in some sort of show. 2 people want 2 people dead, so they kill each other's enemy because neither has motive to kill the other's enemy, except for the fact that it's an arrangement between the 2 of them, which it's like a mutual killing. Neither can rat on the other because then they're putting themselves in the spotlight, but at the same time, yeah. So it could be that's the case, but then who would have the grudge to kill 2 detectives? Well, there's lots of people who have a grudge to kill 2 detectives, anyone who commits crime for a start, but still, someone who we're involved with. We're involved with remarkably few people who commit crimes, despite we're being defense attorney. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. Keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Did he say anything about the case at hand? This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Go on. Excuse me, special?
Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else.
Might that special thing be this little tag?
Oh, sorry, righto, I can't say that now. Not that.
We've established the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Do we? Have we? That knife doesn't look like it was used to stab someone. The switchblade knife looks like it was used to stab someone. This looks like it was used to cut someone. Like, in a slicing motion. Now why was there another knife at the scene of the crime?
That's quite a mystery.
He did bleed out. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The knife was in Edgeworth's trunk. Because it's his knife. He keeps it in the back of his trunk. The body, if the body was in the back of the trunk, if, like I thought, he'd been killed somewhere else and ferried there, and he was bleeding out, then wouldn't he have bled on the knife in Edgeworth's car, just coincidentally? That's a thought.
That's quite a mystery.
I'd like a mystery. I'm wrapped in something. A muffler. As there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. At the moment we don't have that, as far as I can tell. If we could find the tip of that knife in his chest, that would be proof. Evidence such as... this knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you?
See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto.
Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Hey! Evidence that links the knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. Should I try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time? So how are things down at the department? Okay, hold on. While we're here, let's have a little look at the court record. The piece of evidence that's been stumping me all this time. I'd say that's this. This is really stumping me. What about this? The broken trophy. That's a bit puzzling. Let's have a closer look at this knife. I guess maybe there's nothing else to examine about this knife? It seemed like it was hinting that there was something else I could examine here. Doesn't seem to be. I'll tell you one thing that I do want to do before we go any further. I want to take a little... Oh, come on. We don't have the picture in the back of the car. With the piece of evidence that stumped me all this time. Oh, that's when we saw SL9. Because I said if this was turned upside down, it would be this date, SL9. Yes, that's it. I remember now. I'm still going to press him, though. I want to know what he says. Something happened at the police department too, huh?
You've got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
So something did happen. Why wasn't I informed?
Why weren't you informed? Why didn't you ask?
Why didn't I ask if someone was murdered in your department?
No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened to the police department that day?
The detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess.
This guy seems far too relaxed. The same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department?
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Archie? I'm at loss of words.
You know what's kind of funny? He addresses us by our names, but just calls the judge Judgy. You don't suppose that his surname is just Judge? Is he Arthur Judge? A Judge? And the perpetrator? You have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick. To be fair, you seem to grab the nearest person to the body at the time of the crime and accuse them and get them into court the same day. So,
there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you can help, Righto.
I suppose I could help. You help me by giving me data on your case.
Oh, good one. The kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
How the victim was killed. You told me the time. How was the detective killed? This is what I want to know.
How was he killed? That's the interesting part. It was what we the force call a stabbing with a knife.
A knife. It's exactly the same as Detective Goodman.
That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean?
There are more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death.
Seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder.
The crime.
Yeah. 5:15. But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office.
What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place, and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances?
Coincidence? I think not. This is just my gut feeling. I'd say there's a 0.001 chance of that happening. If it's a gut feeling, you can't put a statistic on it. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident.
It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it.
How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto, you understand? I understand, Righto.
Stop calling me that.
If you can prove this connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together.
Whatever it is. Oh, and the knife. See, the knife we found in his... So this is the knife. It was found in his chest. That is the other knife, so it must have been completely in his body, so why isn't it coated with blood? Why wasn't it completely coated up to here? Unless he was stabbed after he was already dead, in which case the blood wouldn't be flowing, it would be congealing in his body, in which case the blood wouldn't stick to the knife quite so much, I would have thought. You wouldn't get like a full coating pattern that way, I think. Which would certainly explain the blood pattern. I'm going to check this knife out. We already have, though. We had to. It was a matter of course. We couldn't look at it anymore. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Did we? I don't remember if I pressed this one. Oh no, I have seen this one. Right, okay, I have seen this one. I don't suppose if I press him again, he'll let me pick another thing. Oh, wait a minute. Did it just... Oh, wait, hold on. This is what I wanted to press on, right? The same day that it was killed. Another detective was killed. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Archie? What's the words? Right, yeah. So I'm just skipping past this. Double checking that I, do one thing only. Again. We know when the victim died. Well, because he said 5:15. So tell us where exactly they were found. Where was the victim found?
I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department.
The evidence room? You mean we were tased and no one did anything about it?
You wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto?
Can't say I've heard of it. Oh, no, we went to the records room, not the evidence room. Guess we should ask again once I learn more about the evidence room.
Something strange about this in the place where the body was found.
So, I think I know what I need to do. Unless there's evidence. Well, I have something. This. Wait a second.
At last, an honest to goodness objection.
This knife, this has to have something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? An honest to goodness, what do you mean, Mudgy? This is great.
You're enjoying this way too much. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9-2.
And this is important, why?
Over here we also have A memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12 over 2?
Your Honor, it's upside down. Called it.
Upside.
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around. What do you get? You get this date and SL9.
Aha!
Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife's tag. Order, order. Well, Chief.
Oh well.
Guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto.
I win. What game is this guy playing? Good question. As nice was evidence in a case, it was stolen from the department's evidence room. Well, this is new. This knife was stolen?
Yes, but on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say? Was it, in fact, a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. If it was a murder weapon originally, it would possibly still have blood on it, which is an interesting thought. Yeah. Could be the blood on it is coincidental, because it was used to stab someone in the past. Was the tip always broken off? That's another question, I suppose. It's found at the exhaust pipe in Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Hold on. So, now if I press, it prompted me to know more about the evidence room. Same day the detective was killed in the Forest Goslock, killed in the police department. It's a fact. So words. Yep, we've got a suspect. So if I ask about the where again, I know more about the evidence room. Right, tell me more about this. So tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department.
The evidence room. Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Yeah, like a few seconds ago. We don't need a refresh on this. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town in this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. Isn't it, though? We just established it was. We don't have any new evidence to present, so do I just show the knife here? Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven.
Ah, you don't say. Well, how with the righto? What's your connection? Yes, everything, Mr. Wright. I know I've been listening. I wasn't really listening when you were explaining it before. I was too busy thinking about, lunch.
The connection in a place is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number and the knife's evidence tag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room.
Indeed. There seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief, I request you release your information on the victim at the police department. So that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially?
This is a public courtroom, but, sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What, really? Who'd have guessed? I'm starting to see why the police in this world are not quite up to scratch.
I'll cooperate, but I can't feel the name of the victim in the department, okay?
So I just press him here more? This is weird. If you're going to tell us this a little, why not tell us everything?
Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh well, guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Victim's division. Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in?
Oh, you want to know that, do you? Do you? The Criminal Affairs, Division 1. Detectives responsible for homicide cases.
Homicide? That'd be the same division as Detective Gumshoe, and the only division that I apparently deal with. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. It's almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives. Except this serial killing happens simultaneously, scientifically speaking. That's not scientifically speaking. I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office. And one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife! What was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Okay, you keep saying that. I looked at it. I looked at it. I looked at it. I looked at it. I'll look at it again. Maybe now that we've discussed it more, there's something more I can look at on it? Look, game, I'm looking at the knife. I'm looking at it all over. Oh, wait, there is something else here. There's a small tag on the knife. It says ethyl 2. What's that supposed to mean? Not sure. Reminds me of a similar code. DL6, where's the case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where. I think I've seen something like that before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. We should check the code record again. Okay, so we seem to have already covered that. Was that the only thing? It just keeps mentioning looking at the knife. Because I could have sworn I was targeting that thing, but I have to be targeting it from just the right angle. Okay, let's see if I can get some more information out of you on this. I don't particularly like having to go through this bit by bit. Let's get the ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number?
Sure, why not? It's all you're able to tell who it is from that.
Of course not. You won't tell me the name, after all.
We keep a tight lid on ID and numbers, but don't go getting your hopes up. The number is, 5842189. Well, that's quite long. We have to remember these, it drives me nuts. 82, I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything?
ID number of the victim of the police department. Something like that. Hold on. Oops. Does it tell me something? What was this guy's ID number? That's his number. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think.
Meaning?
Has to be what I think it is. What does this mean?
Let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID and number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something? What does it tell you?
It tells me it was the guy who was murdered in the car. So it seems like we only have one person murdered, by that logic. Witness.
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
No, I got confused. And this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing. Yeah, like you always do. Police wanted to 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney. Remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Writer. Personnel IDs are top secret.
Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly?
Huh?
Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier started with a 2. I've forgotten.
Didn't even get the first number right. Again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What is this? Mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, Shop's attack, Writer. Shop's attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet the detective Bruce Goodman was also killed in the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. What we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? In a completely different location?
Order. Chief, what does this mean?
No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Now, wait just a second, Worth here. No need to get all flustered.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case.
Wait. I said wait. Oh, didn't you hear me?
He gets quite the look in his eye when he adjusts his tie thing.
The oversight of the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How dare?
We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Ooh, you mean the one he had sent away from his office? Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, I can't remember what I did for this poor, unfortunate fellow who was shouted out of his office. He was looking for Edgeworth, he had a report, and wasn't he just told to go away? You don't mean him.
According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe.
Your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department's evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report.
Yeah. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure the officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
Oh, poor guy. In any case, it's a serious error, gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
Sir, you could have submitted the report this morning to the court as evidence. Then interesting.
No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy?
Okay, I think I'm starting to see more of this. Because there are those who don't seem to like him in the department. And I was wondering if he was being framed, because it was like a victim found in his car, stabbed, apparently, with his knife. And then his boss is confessing, so perhaps trying to protect someone, trying to protect him. Perhaps she knows that someone's trying to frame him and wants to put herself in jail instead of him. That could be it, you know. It's It's possible that she found a dead body in his car and decided to stab him with something in order to make herself look like the accused, because she's trying to protect her protege. That would be a reason. It's possible, because it's this guy. This guy is really trying to... I was waiting for someone to try and turn this on Edgeworth. And it seems like I've found that person. What?
And what was the second rule of evidence law?
Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant?
Normally you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Brighto, my boy.
Just do my job. Literally. No. No.
It seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors. You weren't even in the defendant's chair. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. It was the last thing I do.
You better get results this time, really.
You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court.
Seriously? Seriously? The amount of people you've gotten this close to sentencing guilty who are innocent of a crime, and this is the most serious error?
I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court's adjourned.
Now see, well, if he was being sent to report, they have computers. Why wasn't he emailed, for one thing? And why was the person sent over not aware of the fact that it was seemingly related to his case because it was the same victim? That's definitely connected. I don't know, this feels more like the communication errors on Gant's side, not Edgeworth's. To me. To me, anyway. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Like a phoenix? February 23rd. Mr. Wright, so... what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? I sort of got sidetracked with all the talk with my agent. Anyway, the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 on the 21st. Has it been updated to after 5? It was after 4 last time. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot, the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Thanks for that little tidbit. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. I'm thinking he was killed in one place and then the body was found somewhere else, but apparently... Now, the fellow Gant said he couldn't comment on the location of the corpse. Does that mean there wasn't a corpse? Was he killed there and moved somewhere else? Like I think he was? Or were there two people dressed as Goodman and one of them isn't Goodman? I mean, that would be the simplest solution, but I doubt it's going to be that simple. All right, let's do it. Well, she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Are we so sure, Mr. Wright? Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Yay, science. Okay, so we're back in the underground parking lot. Are we going to get lunch from the Coffin Queen again? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. I think we do. I think that's of fundamental importance. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? I care. That's fundamentally important. Thank you for giving me this piece of information. I hope you're right about it. If the body wasn't found there, that means he was killed there and brought here. Right? You can't be killed in two places. Not in this reality, anyway. Yeah, it sounds like he was killed in the evidence room. And then driven here. By someone up to something sneaky. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room, no biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. You know, you should really be focusing more on the evidence room then. Because if he was killed there, your sister can't have killed him here. The oil dram, was it empty? The oil dram he'd held by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister raising evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. Can she read minds? It's just, we're both professionals, all we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. I was going to say, you're not a professional yet. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Hee, ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? Do you have luminol on you? This situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid. I called it! I totally called it! Luminol is a test that we use for blood, and unless you clean very, very thoroughly, luminol can normally still detect traces of blood. A simple wash of water isn't normally enough. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Thank you! Even if you can't see it, it's still there. Wouldn't the police have already done those tests? You would have thought so. Unless they're... well, I don't know, the police here kind of jump the gun a lot. Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink it. I'm testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? Get an extra pair of those things? Test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Wow, this is actually, I'm liking this. I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a blood stain. Emma, you're shaking. This is my first time seeing real blood. You're not even... Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. Doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. Yes, scientifically, this doesn't look like pooled blood. If the victim was lying here and was bleeding out, there should be blood all over here. We're talking about this scientifically? The amount of blood. The perpetrator and the Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. And let's bear in mind there was still a photograph taken of the scene prior to the water, and there was not a whole pool of blood on the floor. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, this stuff's pretty handy too. Consider my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid. Yay! Luminol testing fluid leaves someone very proud looking in the sky. We can't be sure the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Yeah, that's a problem in this world. And to be fair, I suppose you can get that problem elsewhere, but generally speaking, that shouldn't be the case. Although it certainly isn't the case here, like where I am, because the police don't handle forensics. Forensics is completely separate from the police. It's its own department. Meaning that they mention everything, because they're impartial, they don't have a case to solve. Let's drag that hidden evidence out of the light of day. Yeah! This we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I guess we should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Where's the cough-up queen? There we are! I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box. Miss Star? You can only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, day old, yeah. I want to spray her with the bottle. She's suspicious as anything. Hello. You certainly put me on a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid it wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. It doesn't sound convincing enough because you were looking at the back of someone. You didn't see who committed the crime. Sorry, you lied in the witness stand. It's unforgivable. Look, girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. You saw it from a different angle, which means you didn't see the same thing you said you did. See this picture here? This isn't what you saw. It couldn't have been. Because if the car was in that direction and you were seeing it from this direction, you would have been seeing the back of the person stabbing someone. This picture is not what you saw. It can't have been. I saw Chief Buster Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. But was he I mean, let's say she did. Was he alive when she stabbed him? There's no crime against stabbing a corpse. I feel like I've seen that line in a detective show once. Was that in a Columbo, even? If someone stabbed someone who was already dead, it was like, not a crime, or something. I forget. I know this photograph is something important to tell us, but what? Which photograph? This one. I want to have a closer look at it. This is like presumably after, 5 minutes after the stabbing. She's got that up, she's looking in the car, her face looks very blank. Trying to see if there's anything about her hand. There's blood in the coat. Or what looks like blood, anyway, we haven't had it tested. You know, to be fair, luminol is a presumptive test for blood. I think there are other things that will make luminol glow that aren't blood. But for the purposes of this, it's normally blood. So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. Men I were hardened the criminal when they faced me. They coughed up. They coughed it up. Yep, there we are. Coughed it up. They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like the demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouth of suspect after suspect. Before long they called me the Cough Up Queen. You know, that name might well have worked as a detective, but as a seller of food, it has the opposite effect. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, fired. Well, I found my dream job when I became an investigator. But if those prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? She doesn't mean she does. Okay, so the case she has a hang-up on is the case that's linked to all of this, because it was the knife that was used to stab the victim, and I wonder if Goodman was on that case as well. I wonder if one of those two was on the case as well. This reminds me of the last case we had. I wonder if she's bitter. I wonder if there's anything I'm to present her. Here, have my badge. That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more in the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. Oh dear, poor guy. What do you think of this knife? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. Oh, of course. It's the knife from her case. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective in that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from the case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. You think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? What I remember is, didn't like the head of police say that, chief of police say that it was from a case that was long since solved? Oh, she's not telling us more about it. Maybe if we show her this one. Tell us more. What do you think about this? There's a last that's written on that knife. And on that note. Good man. Okay, so we're seeing this again. Evidence due for transferal. It's not over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more? Do you think you could tell us more? Apparently not. I mean, she's not talking, so what can I say? Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure what door means anything. No one open a mysterious lock. Okay, it's the same dialogue we had before. I wish these things wouldn't relight up. I don't want to have to go through all this again, you know? Here's a phone, see if it works. Don't touch the stuff we don't be touching. Ears. Okay, she's still worrying about her ears not working, but the phone is just broken. Okay. Do I have a way I can use the luminol here? Oh, spray. Oh, there's blood in the phone. That's interesting. Specifically on these numbers, right? This blood was from Lana. No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? On her mobile, this phone didn't work. The time of the crime, and her right hand is bandaged. Hey, use which side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means the land has had any blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Well, whoever touched that had blood in their hands. Whee! Spraying it literally everywhere. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Blood everywhere. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Did we get a good enough look at the car? As we found that note. 2021 SL, the SL9 incident. SL9. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. And the detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number, but if he was working on it and he worked in homicide, it's probably a homicide case. And considering that there's a knife, and haven't we had it described as a murder weapon? This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it without outlined the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on it. I'm gonna be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. I don't see anything obvious to, like, examine here. Can we talk now more? Will you tell me about the SL9 incident? No? Okay. I guess we'll need to go off somewhere else then. Let's just go through them in order. Well, where should we begin? Oh, isn't it obvious we should begin with that, that thing? The mystery of the victim, I guess. I know one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously. Oh, well, you see. We should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? Nope. No, you're being very helpful. Well, I'm thinking... You've got, like, the time of death is the same, but the time of death for the guy in the car is, like, within an hour and a half within, what, an hour and a half of 4? Sometime after that? But the only reason they think it's 5:15 is because of the witness testimony. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I'm curious why they think it was 5:15 at the police department as well. You're going through a tough time, were they? What with all those rumours? You were even the defendant's chair just this past December. Poor Edgeworth, yeah. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. Ah, about the killing at the police department, right? Chief of Police was right about that. I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Yeah, that seems like a solid conclusion. Let's go here. Those are misguise and questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine? How are you supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. That is a solid point. They arrested someone as a suspect for killing the detective there, while we have a suspect for killing the detective here. They can't both be guilty. But they might have both stabbed him. They might have... they can't have both murdered him, but only one might have stabbed him. Okay, I've noticed that we can go here from here, but we can't go here from other places. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Unless he gets kicked out, of course. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. I don't see anything notably different. Ooh, but there is one thing I can do, which I couldn't do before. You know what it is, don't you? Luminol. Oh. Emma Sky. Someone just used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you wherever you go. Well, you never know where someone might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? I wasn't planning on investigating the bottle, but sure, whatever. What I wanted to do... What? Oh, there we are. Now I can spray with it. Yay! Luminol everywhere! What have you been doing here, Edgeworth? Oh. I didn't actually expect to find anything. What? Looks like some blood has dripped down here. Just by the amount, my guess is from a nosebleed. It does look like just a little few drops. A nosebleed, hmm? Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence. Doesn't Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Sure. I wasn't actually expecting to find anything, but I guess if they give me the luminol, they expect me to use it all over the place. I'm still slightly geeking out by the fact that I actually guessed there was going to be luminol. Well, didn't guess there was going to be luminol, but thought, wouldn't it be great if we had luminol? I like that this is actually getting more in-depth than the investigative stuff. February 23rd. I noticed it didn't say we lost some evidence from our collection of evidence. Because often it does like skim evidence out of our inventory if it's like, you no longer will need this. Just to give us fewer red herrings. I wonder if this thing is a red herring like the badger thing, or if it's actually going to be pertinent at some point. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Or is it? I don't see any more people. In fact, if Gumshoe doesn't show up, it's less busy. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. It doesn't make sense, the detectives did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got it from the front desk. Here it is. You're like a kid in an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Emma, we've been to a real crime scene. The car in the underground place. Remember? Give me my luminol. Yay! What have you been up to, Badger? Who have you killed? You know, part of me actually expected to find something there. Do-the-doo. Do-the-doo. Do-the-doo-doo. I kind of wish I could just hold the clicker down and drag it. But I guess it wants me to be pointing it somewhere specific. But I swear, if you're actually luminoling like a crime scene, you know, it is just like dust the room, almost. Anyway. Okay, I can go to the guard station, or the criminal affairs department. Let's try the guard station first. We haven't been there before. Oh lord, no. Please, no. Evidence room entrance. Oh, this is the... Oh. There's a freaking lasso on the ground. He's got like a wooden board in front of the place. What's the decor of this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. And Marshall guards it? So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. Sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. You don't say. Who could it possibly be? Who could it possibly be? Good grief. What a nightmare. Look at the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. Really? Is this how he's guarding the place? A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. The lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Is this really how he's guarding the door? With a lasso on the ground? This is a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Maybe we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. if the security in the evidence room is this tight, then I mean, surely it should be an easy-ish matter of figuring out who done it. There's a security guard uniform hanging there. That's not a security guard uniform. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was it called again? Poncho? Punchy, paunchy, pinchy... I know, poochie. Wait a minute, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho. But I think I'll keep the information to myself for the time being. Sure. Let her keep going. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think that just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. That's very sad, Emma. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not sure I see the resemblance, and I'm not sure what to say to that. It's more an attitude than a physical similarity. Yeah, okay. Closed. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg? I guess that's meant to be like a screaming sound myself. I mean, I like cactuses and all, but this is a bit much. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? We need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay. So I'm thinking maybe we have to go out to the entrance, and then up to criminal affairs, I imagine. And which weird officer will we meet here? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down in the police department. Yes, the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or you could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Ugh, this thing. This is the police mascot, is it? A blue badger, the future star of the police force. It said chief, but that's clearly not the same chief we met. Sounds a little changed from the one outside. Ah well, the dancing blue badger, TM, is still under development, you see. Yeah, trademarked. Absolutely, it's cutting edge stuff very now. So this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. I'm sure the moving mock upside then you'll give her nightmares. I mean, I know I've looked at this stuff before, but I guess it's new for this scene. Detectives' desks, the computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of the time at the desks. I feel like that's the exact same words we had the last time we were in here. Whoops, I accidentally... Hello, sir. What's one of the detectives? He's mumbling something to himself. I know the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room can be sealed shut. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room can be sealed shut. This is good. I win a writer's award for sure. Ah. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Dry ice is a door sealant? Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar, my bad. Don't even wanna... That must be the chief of detectives. Oh, right, chief of detectives as opposed to chief of police. He's glued to his computer screen. Detective killed in the evidence room. Till no one outside the police department. No! I told an old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting into motion. Really? Okay. Well, we've been here and found nothing. Maybe if we go here now? Uh-oh, I think I'm trapped in the old situation of where to go. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I remember last time I was here, I felt like, I still haven't had time to check, but I felt like there was, I couldn't get to a room because it just wasn't popping up, and I swear, she's mentioning the SL9 incident, we're saying, can you tell us more about it? That's normally what happens before it prompts something. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Which generally means that if I go to talk, there'll be something else to talk about. But there isn't. So, I guess she doesn't want to talk about it more? I can present more evidence to her, but I don't see how that's going to help. One of those helped 2 years ago. Back when you were the coffee queen, right? I found this idea card here in the parking lot. Whoops. Well, there's no mistake in that. It's definitely good ones. But it's the same idea as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime. Mr. Edgeworth had been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? It's a solid question. We added the blood to this, so maybe we should talk to her about this. Can you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. Shouldn't even look at it. Must have brewed the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infused the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it, so that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Okay, so I can't show her about the blood. Can I show her the luminol bottle? Take a look at this. Okay, so we're just going to skip past this again. She's not saying anything about it. We show her this again. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the garden. Even I get flustered sometimes. You couldn't have taken it from the guard room, you would have gotten the back of someone. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. It was 5 minutes of the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr, you lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I had my testimony disregarded before. I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? The SL9 incident? Here we go. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I ever handled. Marshall and Goodman. The police and prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? You can't call it cleanly if you actually couldn't prove it was them. On the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? Best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. When we saw him in the picture, so he was put down to patrolman. Oops, I mean, police security detail officer Jake Marshall. His professional detectives will investigate that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over. He was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten. Neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? When all the detectives in SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yeah, it's kind of my job, for now. You should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tend him with this treat. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good... I was already thinking it'd be him, but yeah. Miss Star, Officer Marshall, is he your, Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, he made me jealous. But he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We'll put the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. So, Goodman was the other person on the case. But he remained the detective, right? He seems to have remained a detective while the others were not. So, what's the difference? Did they have resentment? Is there more to the story? Are these two responsible, as I kind of wondered? Okay, well, I'm guessing... Oh, hello. Charged up with frantic energy as always. Hey. Wasn't that...
Want to take lunch, please? Oh, it's you.
David Gumshoe.
There's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Aw, he looks so crestfallen. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. Caught a criminal. Now I just need evidence.
Criminal? You mean...
Heard about the stab in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
Yeah, we heard about that. We don't need the flashback. Yep, you say you found someone.
It's the biggest scandal and to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Marshall, perchance?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. So when you're talking, isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
Want to know more? Head down to the detention center, pal. Question should be over, so I figure he's down there for having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Okay, so I'm guessing it's Marshall. And why wouldn't it be? If he was guarding the evidence room, he'd be the prime suspect. But in that case, it almost feels like if those two are investigating something that someone doesn't want investigated. I'm guessing they got the wrong guy, and maybe they found some decisive evidence that it was the wrong guy, but they'd already executed them. The literal worst-case scenario of court proceedings. So, he said he went to the evidence room. Is he still here? No. I'm guessing he went in and we can't follow him. So, I'm guessing... where's the detention room? Oh, there it is. Is it Marshall? So I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not go too far that road right now. Things just get confusing. Ooh, a buzzer. What's that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I say I was perpetrated against, sir. That's what I say. Oh. Oh Lord, what voice did I give this guy? It was something whiny, wasn't it? Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, it's Mr. Edgeworth. Anyone on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center? Oh, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins? You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. I'll say I was expecting Marshall. Poor guy. He's even saluting on his ID badge. Seriously? This is the guy? This is the guy they think did it? Hello, what did you say about you? Seeing as a patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life. No comments from the peanut gallery. Yeah, I mean, he never says anything, but I always find it entertaining. Just the sheer amount of things that they'll say. Hold on. If I examine, go into the court record, I have to do this, of course. Oh, darn it, I keep doing that. Oh. Okay, this is getting annoying. Off, back on, E. Do-do-do-do. Luminoling everything. How much luminol is in this bottle anyway? Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Oh, poor guy, I had some business that day, sir. I went to the evidence room, sir. Guard station in front of the room is empty, sir. So normally it's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir. The evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? I mean, come on, we went there. It was obviously Marshall. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. Suspicious person. Ow! Aw, poor guy. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And then I came to. I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? When I asked, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand? Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the other. One in the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Yeah, tell me about that. About your hand, did you happen at the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, do you think you should just confess? But, sir, there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes,
I was alone in the evidence, sir. All alone. Alone because David Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared.
That's some story.
I mean, I don't think it was Officer Meekins. He's too meek. I don't mean to pry, but you're the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim.
I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive. And well, he's got a bandage in his hand.
Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Do you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, I'd say that he's heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of lights and other creature comforts. Don't know any detectives. So, he was a total stranger. Why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. And nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. This poor guy, he's like been picked up and dragged in here. He's like, well, we're trying you for murder. He's like, but sir... So he fell unconscious. Why? Why would he fall unconscious? You know, bearing in mind, everyone here seems to get their food from the cough-up queen, who has a certain vindictive streak here. You don't suppose she could have fed him something? Assuming that he got lunch from her, but everyone seems to at the moment. They both have cuts in their hands. Could someone have cut their hands? In order to have their blood at the scene of the crimes? It's a bit strange. Some very strange stuff going on here. I guess I should try and show some things. Officer Meekins, this is for you.
Yeah, I'm scared enough, sir.
It's okay.
That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. It was an apple, sir. My dream, sir. I was being peeled.
On second thought, you'd have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. So what would possibly mean something to him? Maybe this would be better. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe we should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. He's a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. That's a fair point. Here, this will calm you down. Have a good chuckle. Officer Meekins, have a look at this.
Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir.
I was just expecting you to laugh at me.
I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she had one just like it. Me? Why would I...
She?
I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. That's so wrong. Life isn't about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir.
Is he talking about those badges on her coat?
I don't think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory.
Okay, I don't think we're going to get anything more out of Meekins, but it's good to know that he's here. Right, let's go back here and try the evidence room again. Maybe we'll find... Okay, it's still open. It's still locked. So what now? Where do we go now? I don't think there's anything else to talk to with Meekins. I tried showing him stuff, but it didn't seem to go very well. We'll pop back. I'll just quickly pop back to some places. See if anything else has come up. I haven't got any new evidence. Oh, what about Edgeworth? He was passing the buck to Edgeworth, but he's not here. So no. I guess maybe I just need to keep shoving things in front of him. How about this? It's a badge. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir, that's it, that's it! That's what? My head was blank till this very moment. Somehow I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct, that card! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing can be more exact, sir, nothing. Better pry into this one a little deeper. Crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, I might say I'm a lost little patrolman, lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Did he get stabbed and go into shock? That would explain a lot. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Anna? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim we met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And this body just disappeared in the evidence room. We don't even know if anyone actually died. Yes, sir, that's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. But you still end up here? I told me if it had to be him, sir, on that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, the videotape is quite clear. Videotape? From a security camera. The crime, the crime I started to stamp out. It's there. It's me on the tape. And you wait till now to tell us this? I'm sorry. I'm real sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Finally. A prompt. A prompt to go to the, That's interesting that I have to go via here. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of the Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
You're sure? This is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
See, well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, do you?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Ah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? I don't know. I guess we've just been talking to Meekins so much, it's rubbing off. Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, were they? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit defendancy, does it? I mean, he was found innocent. And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto? Von Karma, possibly the most corrupt prosecutor in the entire country. Legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. I mean, you say fixed it, I didn't fix anything. I just exposed him. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong, he did forge evidence. In any case, prosecutor's office in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Yeah, all this drama. So, this drama is possibly triggered a bit by Von Karma, which would be interesting. This whole thing with Edgeworth and Karma. And we didn't get Von Karma for forging evidence, we got him for murder. Which, you know, you're not going to overlook that, I hope. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detectives getting killed, and they're tough too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, righto. I can't give away all our secrets just like that. This in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job, just keeping the key for the detectives shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. And the guy who told all the case details to some woman in a restaurant, right? You saw that. Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. How about not untold discreetly, but we just walk right over there and say hello? Hi, what was he saying? Sorry to see that. What exactly did the chief police wanted you to do? We'll see over there, at Scribner's desk. He wants me to check it for anything that might be a clue. Took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What, you kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. Didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report. It was only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? Dated is February 21st. Let me know of that just in case. Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to the investigating police department crime scene. Do I have that here? Can I investigate it further? Ooh, I need to investigate this further. This is weird. Oh, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Star poured her heart into making this. As long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Oh, here we go. Something interesting. Let's see. Ingredients, meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go to town. Huh. It says here, hours of sweat and labor. That's why the sauce is so salty. Oh, God. Oh, dear. They do have a good sense of humor, the people who made this game. I'll give them that. They definitely have got a good sense of humor. Okay, lost item report. On this date, lost Bruce Goodman, ID 5. Was that a 9 being scored out? The item lost isn't filled in. Now, why would he have a difficult time? He wrote 9, it looked like, when he's meant to write 8. Now, that's interesting. He couldn't write down his ID number. He's got it right here on his card. I mean, it's possible he just scored something out and then got called off to do something else. But you don't suppose he paused because he couldn't remember his number? And if he couldn't remember his number, does it mean he didn't have his card at the time? Because this card was found just on the floor in the prosecutor's place, right? His wallet was found there with his card in it, if memory serves. Permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you for a favour. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Another one of your long staring pauses, huh? Come on. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? That's a difficult question, huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'm assuming? I'd give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's content, knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know till you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along now, and do your best. Now, later, folks. Haha, look pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. I think I just about saw a flash of it, just slightly on her image. That'd be interesting. Now, this is interesting. A part of me sort of suspects Miss Cough-Up Queen and Marshall, because they're definitely, like, up to something. But at the same time, they look like they're trying to investigate something, and it's possible if our client is being framed, she could be framing herself because she suspects Edgeworth. That's possible. And it's possible the whole thing was an attempt to frame Edgeworth. Because certainly some people seem to have something out for him. And this Gant fellow is interesting. He's showing me all sorts of things. And I'm not sure why. I'm not entirely sure why. I think he wants me to win. He wants me to find stuff and win, and he wants to make Edgeworth look terrible. He wants Edgeworth out of the way, it seems. And then, of course, there's this SL9 case. This SL9 case, which seemingly... By the way, do I actually have that ID to look at? I want to look at it. No. The SL9 case is interesting because... I mean, I'm getting the feeling they prosecuted the wrong guy. If I had to take a wild guess. And then executed the wrong guy. And they wanted to bury it. Bury it and everyone involved in it, if I had to guess. But Goodman was still a detective. So the whole thing is strange. The other two could have had a grudge against Goodman if... Because if he kept his job and they didn't, then there's some sort of animosity there, potentially. If they felt done in by the prosecutors, because she mentioned her evidence being disregarded before. So it seems like there might have been a bit of questioning on that case. I don't think they necessarily agreed with who was being put to death. But at the same time, she said, you know, it was solved cleanly. She didn't seem to have any misgivings about that, so I don't know. I don't trust what she's saying, but I don't know what she's hiding, I guess maybe is the best way of putting it. We have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What's the security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my bambina disguise so great? Hello, Marshall. Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him, look for? She may have surmised this is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? What would you stand there for? Get along, you dogies. Crime scenes are waiting. Who's the card reading on again? Over here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. So, cowboy, I got my mind. No mind to tangle with you hombres. You were busy then. Did I say that? Only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. But I guess that's something of a translation. Maybe he'll be more willing to talk if we present him with a steak lunch. That smell. Oh, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, just saw a special on television the other day. It's just for my baby. He's not even from freaking Texas. He keeps going on and on about it, but he's not. Oh, this guy is such a weirdo. And coming from this game, that's saying something. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? Why? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Oh, that's interesting. Every time we talk to her, she presents us with a different lunch. Does what lunch she present him send him a message? Do they have a freaking code made up of what the components of the lunch are? Oh, that's interesting. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. Oh, finally, it seems like. He's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge for the security of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. Keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you went to your station. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. Well, might not look it, I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Oh, this is fun. He's lost his fire for the job like Phoenix. Now they're both looking for acting. Just he's really getting into the costume department already. Well, reckon I was galloping down the highway in the back of my steed, Zippy. In other words, you were driving. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. Was he actually riding a horse, or was he calling his car that? There's no need for people here anyhow. This newfangled machine did a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? Don't take the machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli that sneak in next to your steak, you know. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. So was my dream to be a rawhide wrangler in the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved in the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, no one tells us what actually happened. Well, we know that someone was executed for it, apparently. And we know there was a knife that I think was called a murder weapon, so I'm pretty sure it was some sort of homicide. And also Goodman was on it, who's part of the homicide division. I assume was still in that 2 years ago. Some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead, as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago. The day of our case. Yeah, also the day of their clear out, when they were moving stuff out. I guess that's when they officially closed cases, huh? That's right. The evidence transfers. Edgeworth was talking about the transfers too. I know what maybe 2 of these machines in here do. Only 2 of them? Must be a dozen. Like I say about being a mini machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower on my steaks. So you don't like broccoli or cauliflower? Noted. Easiest ones to understand, these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Problem is, there's a lot that someone who knows how to use computers can do with a security camera. None happens, tapes are automatically raised every few hours. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman? Are they on one of those tapes? Reckon they might be. You're a security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Interesting. So this is the ID card record. 7777. Okay, so many sevens. Is there an out or just an in? Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry about being, I can't show you no more than that. Huh? Haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record's tied to the stabbing. Well, I've got his note that there was a piece of evidence lost, or something. I mean, I'm pretty sure I recognised his number on it, which means that his ID card went in, for certain. But that's all we really know, that his ID card went in. It's a bit like the Steel Samurai thing all over again. So, could you explain this whole transferal thing is about? Keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under side and detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate if it turns out there was a mistake, see? Wow, your department acknowledges mistakes happen? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? I mean, considering how many innocent people you've tried to put in jail, just in the short time that Phoenix has been running things, it's like, wow. Goes to sleep forever in an underground vault, the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. See now, transferal is like a funeral for all cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. See, I wonder if there's a caveat there that it could still be reinvestigated if it was tied to another crime, another current crime. I don't know. So let me show you this. Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. Yeah, that's true, and that was the big problem. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. But that in. But that and this are 2 different things entirely. I guess so. I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Like this evidence? Well, how about this? Is this better for you? So we're not gonna... We've lots of evidence. Okay, if you're gonna be a twit about it, then let's just go in here and maybe there's some more specific evidence we can use for you. I wonder if we're gonna get some throwbacks in here to our past cases. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. This is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. You know, you're right. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Hi, Gumshoe. Eek. Whoa. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
Would recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. Is this true, what I heard?
Righto. Please move like a selfish man. Heck, if anyone has to be. I'm not doing this again. Yeah, he let us in, basically. Yeah, it's true.
Should Chief Police Gan loan anyone $50? Even me?
Wow. Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, he's put in charge of the investigation for the day.
Just for the day? Boss for a day.
Guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you won't have this.
I mean, I guess if the chief of police's permission to investigate, then in theory the police have to be more helpful than normal. Seen the stabbing of a detective with the PD. Right. So we got floor plans? Can I take a look at them? Okay, so this is just the room. Alright, we got the floor plans. That's something. He seems so happy. So Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, we're to a place right here in the police department.
If you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
You're using yesterday's findings to prepare tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you're kicked out of the investigation again.
I'm adamant, though. I've taken control of this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I'm a detective after all. Gave me a locker. Only I can open, pal.
Only you can open. Only you can open? Interesting. So to access evidence from, say, Goodman's case, you need to, judging by the look of these lockers, you probably need to have his ID card. And his ID card was perhaps missing, which is why I couldn't fill in the form. We found the ID card in that cellar while we found his wallet. So it's possible someone stole his wallet so they could use his card to get in here, and he didn't have his card, hence why I couldn't fill in the form. That would make sense, right? I think that would make sense.
Always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
Guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case? You mean the one where he was tried?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course.
Edgeworth and the SL9 incident?
That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Wait, what? Maybe you can tell us more about the case. Wait, the beginning of the end for Edgeworth was 2 years ago on the SL9 case, but I thought he was a high-rising person.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so only one detective can open it.
Using the ID card?
That's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, well, my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, even I can't lose my own right hand.
Oh, it's fingerprinted. Oh, alright, that's different. Does that blow my theory completely out of the water? Maybe. A bit, anyway. Huh.
Exactly, pal. The log for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. The only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
Here's the latest model. The trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. The wrong person touches it.
Zap, you get a shock.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, locks aren't that obvious. Even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. I had to read that one a bit more slowly. One of the assigned detectives' prints can unlock it. Indicator light lamp lights up when it's open. They all open then? I'm seeing a lot of green lights. Huh. I'm not expecting much, but... Can you tell me more about this? Like, where things happened?
I would say one more thing, speaks the detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing.
That's fine.
Your pen's fine, pal.
Okay. What about this? Same response? Yep. Okay. Never mind. Let's just ignore you. Something's sticking out of here. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to that aspect of it. It looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal. Maybe I'd be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. As I said, but the evidence locker was open recently.
How do you know?
You leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathe down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. He doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either.
You're told my hand's on his back. Don't do it right in front of him, pal.
Poor guy. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. Most of this is relating to the worst day of someone's life. Won't open. Did you really think it would?
Hey, pal, the security's high-tech around here.
What's this stuff? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What is that sorry-looking fishing pole? What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
That's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal. That's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out in Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago.
And,
I don't think I've seen this one before.
oh, that's a bug sweeper. Sure will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box.
Can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You've got to look at their heart.
A bug sweeper. That would be useful. Sweep for bugs. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. The guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, it's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Paint. Okay. Wasn't this door open when we looked over before? What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to check it out. I was going to. Just not yet. What's this saw on paint doing here?
This is the dawn of time. True art's always been a war against oppression.
Oh. This is where you did the badger thing, isn't it? True art? I noticed there's blue and yellow paint here. As we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger. Yeah, I figured so.
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here in the evidence room? Oh Lord, please don't tell me you made it out of evidence. A white glove. SL9. Production number 11, if I had to say anything. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Is that a gumshoe, maybe?
Here you go, pal. Maybe I'll be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? Does have a tag on it. Tagged evidence in the SL9 evidence. Extremely thin rubber glove. Huh. Interesting. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is covered with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. I assume they have a way of recoding these things, though. It's not going to be doomed to be open forever, right? That would be a very bad system. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. I see blood on them, I think. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal. Made me out to be some kind of hooligan. Apparently from the case.
Why are we just keep picking on him? I mean, come on, I know he's a buffoon, but I don't necessarily think he's behind every problem in the room. The case?
It's on that instant, pal. See the sticker and the pieces there?
No, I don't. Another piece of S-Online evidence. I want a closer look. Why wouldn't I? I wonder what shape these pieces were before it was broke. You want to try and put it back together?
Huh, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's start putting the rest in place. Do we actually get a minigame here? Oh! Freaking minigame? Okay, where do you... Okay, so it's saying find this piece, is it? So it's something quite jagged. Like, very pointy and jagged. I guess it could be this piece. Not from that angle. Could it be this one? Doesn't look jagged enough. Oh, wait. Oh, that's how I... Okay. What about this? This looks about right. Yeah, okay. So it's find the piece. I don't think it's... It could be this one who's like... No. I doubt it's you. Looks like a pretty big piece. I'm thinking this one. Maybe? Maybe not. It's got about the right profile. No. What about you? Really need to focus on that bit at the bottom, don't we? No. I swear I'm better at these than this. You look kind of promising. No? It feels like it needs to have a really flat edge. You know, maybe it's you. From this position? No? No? Oh, that's it? Really? Okay. That looks about right to me. There we go. Now I'm sure I recognize this shape. Here. No, turn it around like this. There we go. Okay, this is up top. It's got to have some part of the rim, right? This piece, if I had to guess. Now, it's got to have part of the rim. Yeah, that one. This is a really unpleasant looking vase. I think it's got to be this one, right? Yeah. Okay, good. In which case this is the only one left. And there's a piece missing. Huh? Well, I think we did it. Some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem's finishing it.
Were some of the pieces stolen? I thought they were missing to begin with.
Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Yeah, that's a strange foot. Like, there were lots of vases that were made with very, like, unstable shapes. Like, there were ones that were made to be, like, pushed into sand. So they had, like, a pointy tip on the end. But this one's got, like, a flat foot, so it doesn't necessarily work very well. Unless this is it upside down. Right. Well, let's go back to examining things. Can we examine this more? Put the pieces together makes a jar. 2 things that bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. Make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Right, okay, not seeing any obvious evidence around here. So, let's go into the court record. Got a couple of things I want to examine more closely. So, the SL9 tag, right? SL911. Guess there's another piece of evidence in that case. Makes sense? You know, I never did care for the whole word tag. It's confusing. What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? You challenge me? What, we playing a word game now? Well, it seems like the only thing to look at is the fact that it's from SL9. So, I don't suppose I can... Nope. Just a flat thing. Right. Let's get a better look at this. Particularly the blood. Hey look, they're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. You think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Jar is evidence in the SL9 incident. Might be when the blood got on it. That looks like a sort of splatter pattern, kinda? This thing has a hole on both ends, so it could in theory sit in either direction, right? How this thing doesn't have a bottom? That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? That's one way of looking at it. It also looks like it had 3 handles? Question mark? It almost looked like they slot into something. This is a very weird thing. A very weird thing indeed. Oh well, let's get to spraying. Literally everywhere. You don't say. There's a bloody handprint here. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me. They'll come to take me away. Promise you'll testify I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down in the floor plans.
Count on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? You're a detective.
I feel like he's trying to show that he knows his department doesn't do great work.
Whoa. That's a lot of blood. That's the sort of blood that you'd expect if someone was bleeding out. Unlike in the, the place where we were. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Yes, pooling blood. Not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? It's kind of like someone was murdered here and their body laid there for a while before it was taken somewhere else.
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. It also proves that Detective Gumshoe doesn't understand how luminol works. Make a note on the floor plans.
Hey, you want my opinion, shouldn't have asked.
Spraying luminol everywhere. There is nowhere that I will not spray luminol. I'm expecting something to be on the floor over here, like if he was carried out or something. Is there any more blood around here? Why would I click over here to just suddenly jump down over there? Oh, looking for blood. Literally anywhere. Oh, look at that. The locker with some evidence poking out of it. That's interesting. It's almost like someone shoved some evidence into their locker. Quickly, and in a hurry. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out of the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What? This? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where do you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. Just borrow $50 from the chief.
Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Detective, if you don't have access to luminol, there's something really wrong with your department. It might help explain why you never caught Mr. Karma, though, if you're that hopeless when it comes to blood testing. Well, I think we found all the blood in this room. I think I've sprayed luminol literally everywhere. Is there anything I can show you that you'll comment on? Will you say more about this? No, see. You know something about this. You were telling us about it earlier. Now, was there something about you we had to talk to? I feel like we were waiting for some evidence that you would actually react to. Yeah. What about the jar? Do you have feelings about the jar? No? I don't know what evidence you think is important enough. How about this? This is some pretty big stuff. Nope. You don't care about anything. We need to find some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Well, we have it, but he doesn't care. So, seeing as he doesn't care about evidence, we will go somewhere else. Like here. Or possibly even here. Or possibly even here. Why don't we show him some of this stuff? He might have something to say about it. He was there after all. Mr. Meekins, can you take a look at this? Sorry, sir, really sorry. I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yep, okay. I doubt he'll say anything about the gloves. Maybe he'll say something about the lockers. Yeah, no. Nope, he's not going to comment on the lockers in the room where he was. What about this? The floor plans of the room where the events happened. Do you have nothing to say about this? Nope, apparently not. Okay, you're pretty hopeless, aren't you? Not that we didn't already know that, but there we go. Maybe you'll react to some of the other SL9 evidence. Nope. You're not even reacting to it. You don't care. Oh, wait! He didn't react to the jug. Maybe you can tell me what this is. Come on, this was part of a case that you and Marshall are obsessing over. You can't at least tell me what the story of this freaking jar is? Come on. Okay. Is Edgeworth home? Nope. Where was I going? Poke my head in here. Nope. Okay, I must have missed something, I guess. I'll take one last look around here, I guess. Whose locker is this, do you reckon? See, what did this say about this particular locker we were looking at? That's just information on how they work. Okay. Let's just look around here some more. Not seeing anything obvious around here. Maybe I'll just take another glance around the luminol. Not sure if I sprayed literally every locker. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm getting anywhere. I get the feeling there's nothing more to say to him, but maybe that's the problem, that I think that. Do you have anything to say?
That's the victim. Detective Grimmer's ID card. Says everything's card and secret numbers. You never relax.
It's only because you always lose your card.
I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? The face should be ID enough. What's the word coming to?
Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. You okay? Anything to say about this?
Found Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed Mr. Edgeworth knife, huh? What draft Chief Prosecutor Scott to do such a thing?
Okay, I'm pretty sure we've seen all of that discussion. Maybe something more to say about this now that we know where it was made. Crowning achievement, masterpiece.
Presents him proudly on the day of the award ceremony. There were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. They took the Blue Badger away for a while.
Really? Why?
Oh, said it was shameful, or something like that. Shameful. Toward not day.
I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Okay, that felt a little different. Anything to say on this? Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, darn it, he's saying something different. I thought... Well, I showed him the knife and it showed me the two things. Oh well.
That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
Why would evidence from this case turn up now?
Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left in that case.
So let me show him again. I just want to see what he said.
Edgeworth's note and that switchblade knife. But Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
Okay, so that's what he's saying about that. Just show him everything. Because it might give me a hint to something. What about the switchblade knife? Anything to say to that? Okay. What can you tell me about these? No. Come on, you fill these things in. Give me some more information. I'm dying for information. Daw. I thought you wanted some of this stuff. Ah. Right, you can talk about this now.
That was a bloody violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder.
Serial killing.
Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. I want to hear about it.
The killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
This was 2 years ago?
I put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. Started the rumor mill.
Rumors? About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that was switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Well, we know he had a knife. Is it possible that Meekins saw him with a knife and panicked and leapt at him? Maybe accidentally got jabbed with the knife as suddenly it seemed like he was attacking the guy and then passed out? And then some other stuff happened? That would be interesting. I'm trying to think. I think that's everything I could possibly show him. So, maybe some of this will appeal to this idiot now. I call him an idiot because he's an idiot. Yep, you're ignoring this. You have nothing to say about a case you worked on. And apparently that's just nothing to you. Yep, you don't care about these either. Were you ever given one? That's something I'd like to know. Does this mean something more to you now? No, we found out more about it, but we can't say it. I'm sorry, I'm a dash frustrated because there's so much stuff to potentially show them and I don't know what on earth I can even say to them. We need evidence to get something. You know what, just for that I'm going to lumen all your blinking room. Where did you hide the body? Huh? Is there blood in your cactus? How many people have you stabbed with it? One of your outfits, maybe? Did the killer manipulate the security system? No? Blood in the controls? Give me something. Apparently not. There are a lot of monitors here. 8 cameras and all, the evidence room and all. One for each section. Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why did Cal sit before the raids come? It's not for imagining. Unless you're the security guard responsible? Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, we can re-examine the lasso. Go on. Here we go. Just run me a steer with this here lasso. What? There's a bell and moo, pal, moo. In other words, you lassoed Detective Gumshoe for some reason? Okay. Maybe now that I've said that to Gumshoe, something else will pop up? So then what to say about this thing? Blue Badger's still writhing around today. Oh, were you taking a closer look at it now? Oh boy. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? Just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Well, time to poke around everywhere and see if something else has shown up. I tried showing you all the evidence. You didn't care. Can I show you any of the SL9 evidence? I showed you... what did I show you? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Okay, he's talking about Goodman again. The knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. Yeah, see, we already knew it was a murder. Stupid transfer, we know that. Alright, this was the stuff we were talking about when she wouldn't talk about the 9 incident. Take a quick peek back here. Not working. Oh, wait, if I go here, maybe Edgeworth is back now? No. So I must still be missing something. I must still be missing something, but what? I'm just going to show you every piece of evidence in the freaking book at this point. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, One's on the ground, the parking lot. The number on it is 58421. Oh, darn it. This is what we needed the whole time, was it? She wanted to see that better, so we just had to say, here's the number. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. That's what it was? See, I caught just a glimpse of this. Now, I caught just a glimpse of this the last time. She used it at 5:14, right before the stabbing. $5.14 right before the stabbing. That's bizarre. We found it there. Was it planted in the car park after the fact? That's possible. But she was there at 5:15 to see someone get stabbed. Unless, of course... But no... If he'd already been killed and ferried out, and then someone went in with his card, if someone let him in with their card beforehand, the timeline here is puzzling me. There's also one entry that happened, it looks like about the same time? Why isn't Gumshoe's number on it? He just went in not a moment ago. What's more, there's only one of them cars in the world. Is there? Is there? We know that Gumshoe's lost a couple of his cards. Does he get a new number every time? Or is there like, well, not a new number, but a new pin or something? Can they change it so that it doesn't recognize the old cards? Or is it possible he lost one and there's more than one? So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room? Oh wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Well, he could have just been getting the knife naturally. It could have just been in his hand. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? We're assuming that's a threat. It could have just been coincidental. He had it in his hand. He gestured in Meekins' direction and didn't realize that it could be taken as a threat, maybe? I also am very aware we can't see past his hat. My compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card right here. Yeah. So it's specifically for that day, which I guess means is why it doesn't have Gumshoe on it from today. What an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. That's an option. I would like a better look at this. Where is the... There we go. So, who on earth is this number? All sevens. So someone entered then, someone entered 20 minutes later, then some 10 minutes after that. Then Bruce Goodman. Oh, we're getting a little list of people for who they were. This presumably would be Meekins, right? Right? But that would mean that they entered at the exact same time, basically, within a minute of each other. That's very tight. So, what's your number? Nope. Okay. I sometimes wish that these rejection lines were not so long. Because a lot of this stuff, it's like, there's a valid reason for showing it to someone. Okay, you're fairly open about things, and you seem to like me, so... Here. What's your number? Take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
Well, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Ooh.
What is it?
This. That second number.
Sorry, your ID number, is it, Dr. Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? You know his number, but not your own? Or rather, you memorize his number? Why would Edgeworth have come into the evidence room? Why wouldn't he?
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you need to be going to?
Just Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day.
Your report is a restaurant? Flyer?
Might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? One that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. Sure, we can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
Muff pal. Later.
Well, I guess we know there's nothing else to say to him. Before I go there, I don't think I can present anything to this guy, no. So I'm going to go here first. Meekins, can I assume the last number is yours? So Meekins, could you take a look at this?
Sorry, sir, I have no idea what that is.
Really? I mean, you had to have a number to go in there, right? Surely? Why can't I just ask you what your number is? Can I zoom in on your badge? You wear it quite openly. No? Apparently not. What about you? You have anything to say on this? I'll show it to everyone. Nope, you're just gonna ignore me. With an incredibly long-winded rejection. Right. Guess I'll just take the hint and go and find Edgeworth. 1202. I feel like there must be some sort of joke there. I mean, it's not room 101, so that's something. What the what? Ah, guests. My apologies. It's you. Have we met somewhere?
Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. Sir.
Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Is the hotel bring him tea service? From all the way, where is that hotel relative to us? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. I am. By the way, oh sorry, whoops. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how did it go? So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. I mean, that sounds like what it was. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. I mean, in this case, the evidence seems pretty clear that you weren't trying to conceal something. You gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Ugh, I got a warning like that undeserved once. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. I got the impression he was a bit of a hotshot, up and rising star, being brought low by the thing 2 months ago. Never mind something 2 years ago. I didn't get the feeling he was on the ropes at all. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still a presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? You mean the people who are supposed to be handling the investigation? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. That's normally how it works. I see. Why, I ask you why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I've nothing to be ashamed of. That's not strictly true, but still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. We need to get you talking about the SL9 incident. By the way, though, Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Well, wasn't it like half an hour before? Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. Where are you now? Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was sold, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. I'm curious about this other case. Better make a note of it. AI number 16? Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver. Huh. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. You know, if I listened to you every time you said that, then there'd be a lot of innocent people in jail. So, don't mind me if I ignore you. Tag says AI 16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Anything else to say about this weird little blue screwdriver? Apparently not. So, here's a knife. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. I must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. The thing that warped him for life. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Please. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. So he was part of that case too. And now, okay, so hold on. Two of the people were demoted, one of them is dead, and the prosecutor involved in it is seemingly being discredited with an attempt to get them out of the way. It feels like Gant is trying to cover something up here. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? He's not a god. What I want to know is why was a Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. Yes, but if you prosecuted someone who was innocent, then the blood of their execution would be on your hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. If you used extreme methods, then you can't be certain he was the killer, which means you can't be certain that the guilty verdict was the correct one. That's the whole problem here, Edgeworth. Wait, you didn't. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. To be fair, with us, you have done everything you can to try and prevent stuff that isn't useful to you from getting in there, right? Okay, you won't literally tamper with evidence, but that feels like the line you're drawing here. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you are still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have some use for this. Ooh, is that powder for dusting footprints? Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints. Called it. I mean, I did study forensics. I do have a master's in it. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. Oh, shall we get into a nice topic about the importance of what the fingerprints are left on? For me, are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation, do as you will. That's the thing, we don't need to be the enemy. In theory, both of us should want a fair trial in which the guilty party is found guilty and innocent parties are not found guilty. We should all agree on that, prosecution and defence. The prosecutor is there with a particular case to say, we believe this is the person who did it, and the defence is meant to be there to basically make sure that the investigation is airtight. They're the checker. They're the backup. They're there to make sure that things have been done properly, correctly, and that there's no obvious flaws, that they haven't gotten so carried away in their one target that they've overlooked something important. That's what it's meant to be. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it's meant to be. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? We're just full-on investigators now. We're not really an attorney anymore. Or at least, we're not just an attorney. Fingerprint set and fingerprint file received. We're practically scene examiners at this point. Let's go. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. There's lots of suspicious handprints. Anything else we can show him while we're here? Can you tell me about this thing? Right, please, I'm the prosecutor in this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'm passing the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? If I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of it. Will someone tell me what the story with this blinking jar is? This is our best evidence. Oh, right, sorry, I already did this. Whoops. Of course, that's how we got that long section. Never mind. Well, oh, she's gone. Well, that's the thing. I guess we'll follow his advice and move off to the... Oh, wait. Before we do that... there was a handprint here, wasn't there? I'm going to double check that that's hers. Okay. I mean, if someone touched that, there has to be fingerprints on it, right? Surely? Oh, we know she was wearing gloves, but it didn't, well, if it wasn't her, then there were no gloves on the knife. Oh, never mind. I'm guessing that's not what it wants me to do. I just want to investigate every angle. Like a good little detective. He's gone too. Oh, this certainly seems like where I'm meant to be. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. There's several. Here in the blood and detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Can't really tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Well, not the thumb, because that's potentially on the side. These are all faded, so this one looks like it'd be the best one to me. Okay, Now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. As the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? E. Okay, enter the third E to blow it off. See? Okay, that looks like fun. I guess I'm getting used to, though. It's fine. Don't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Guess I better give it a try. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloopity bloop. I guess like a basic spread will let me Ah, you did it! You found one! I'm not seeing a fingerprint. This looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. It means they were probably wearing a glove. I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigation. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Oh! Oh! Maybe outside the bloody handprint as well. Soon find a clear print. Well, what's this? This is something. Well, this is looking more fingerprinty. But if it's not in the blood, then we can't really tie it to the incident, can we? Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. You know, these days DNA is the thing which everyone goes for, but fingerprinting is actually, remarkably, as good at distinguishing people, because apparently no two people's prints are quite the same, because they're formed during development inside the mother, so it no one has quite the same set of circumstances, and that's what forms it, sort of. So it just ends up being slightly unique for everyone. It's also cheaper than DNA. But people love DNA. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think fit these prints. Huh, how am I supposed to know who it was? We'll just match them. I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So his fingerprints will be most likely to find on this evidence locker. Well, it's Gumshoe's locker, so his prints, I imagine. Ah, see, we're looking for, like, these patterns to match. I'm gonna guess Gumshoe. That looks like a pretty good match. These bits here are the same. There's a little dot over there, under here. You're looking for all these loops and swirls to more or less match up with each other, which these look like they do. I'm no fingerprint expert, but this looks like a pretty good match. Oh, and this compares it. It's actually just looking for all the spots. It's a fine match. Oh, so we've actually got a machine to do the matching for us. Well, never mind. Aha! These prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so-what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came out with nothing this time. But there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yeah, the other one. Whoops. This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? Blue eyes sparkling again. If they were wearing gloves, why would they take them off before coming to this locker? We also don't know whose blood it is. It could be unrelated in theory, but it was a fair print, so you'd think they must have touched. It's like they got blood in their hands and wiped it off, and then touched it. That's what I'm thinking. Or they wiped the locker, I suppose. But if they wiped the locker, that'd be more likely to wreck the prints. How's this, Spirit? Oh, but I have to warn you of something first. What? The area where the blood was wiped away, right? We ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. That means no prints. Did you say the property of polysys is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. So, if these ones were wiped away, then maybe there was a finger around about here. There we go. Not good enough? Okay. That kind of looks like Gant's fingerprint. Let's take a little look-see at some of the other people, too. Definitely not her. Don't think it's her. Not her. Not him. Unlikely. Oh, actually, it looks like a pretty darn good fit for Marshall. It could be Gant or it could be Marshall. Let's do the comparison. How does it compare to Mr. Gant? There's a lot of places where it's... Ah, yeah. Okay, so there is differences up here. It looks pretty similar in the middle. But then when you get up here, there's a lot more differences, isn't there? The thing is, like, this is actually what had to happen. You'd go through every single line and check, where they break, where they have these distinctive patterns and all that sort of thing. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall? Bloody handprint found left in the evidence room. The prints have been wiped. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. That is a lot more powerful. I mean, it's possible it was a coincidence. He's always drawing his knife across his face. Maybe he just cut his hand. Or cut his face one day. Because if we're only picking it up in a luminol reaction, it could have been from a while ago. Why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. It could be him. I'm suspicious of him. He wasn't at his post, so where was he, sort of thing. Maybe he wasn't at his post because he was in there, dressed as Goodman. That would certainly explain a lot, wouldn't it? Of course, he could have been in there dressed as Goodman benignly. Maybe it has no connection at all, actually. Maybe he was in there. Maybe he was in there dressed as Goodman, because he was investigating the SL9 case. Maybe he swiped Goodman's pass just to get in and make it seem like Goodman had gone in and just looked at some evidence from an old case of his, a case he wanted to investigate. And maybe in that situation, the boy showed up. He didn't want to show him his pass because then the boy would have gotten too good a look at him and realized, wait a minute, you're not Goodman, or something like that. The boy could have jumped him and just happened to get jabbed in the hand and gone down from the pain shock. He does seem kind of, easily excitable. Maybe? In which case, the death there would never have happened. They'd think he was killed there, but he wasn't. But then again, there was a lot of blood on the floor. So it seems like something more happened there, doesn't it? I don't know. I feel like I'm still missing a few things here, a few of the pieces of the puzzle. But this one's getting interesting.